reflections on a dream. Thoughts of you with who knows who, flowing through me like a stream. Brazilian serenaders linger on. Help me lose my soul in your song. And I got a feeling that I've seen the last of you. Rio de Janeiro blues. Rio de Janeiro blues. Go by, I wonder why I'm left here on my own. Could it be my destiny is to live this life alone? These dark and rainy days have turned me cold. Lonely sleepless nights, getting old. And I get a feeling that I've seen the last of you. Rio de Janeiro blues. Rio de Janeiro blues.
Tu joues, beau ténébreux, avec tes yeux couleur d'automne, tes joues qui fondent, le ventre creux. Qu'est-ce que tu veux, basta gitane? Besoin d'amour et de tendresse, de contre-jour et de caresses. Pour petit cœur nécessite qui fait la manche dans mes cheveux. Qu'est-ce que tu veux? Que je te prenne, que je t'étreigne, que je te joue sur mon piano, que je t'allume, que je t'éteigne, que je te couche sur le dos. Oui, mais ce soir, t'as pas de veine, je suis la Vénus du mélo. Avec tes mines et tes manières, quand tu composes sans avoir l'air, tes mains qui braillent et ton œil noir, et qui se pose sur mon peignoir. Cauchemar, frayeur et gros chagrin, tu as rêvé que t'étais nain, que tes espoirs étaient en feu, et que l'amour n'était qu'un jeu. Qu'est-ce que tu veux? Que je te prenne, que je t'étreigne, que je te joue sur mon piano, que je t'allume, que je t'éteigne, que je te couche sur le dos. Oui, mais ce soir, c'est pas la peine, je suis la Vénus du mélo. Avec ton grand corps qui baille, tendre animal doux paresseux, ton petit sourire qui trouve la faille, craque le premier de nous deux. Viens si tu veux, que je te prenne, que je te traîne, que je te joue sur mon piano, que je t'allume, que je t'éteigne, que je te couche sur le dos, que je te prenne, que je t'étreigne, que je te joue sur mon piano, que je t'allume, que je t'éteigne. Je suis la Vénus du mélo. Je suis la Vénus du mélo.
Got no money, but I got something going. Ain't so wise, but I know something worth knowing. Oh yeah, a fistful of dollars don't make a man a man. It's something more precious than your gold. A man's got the world in his hands with a handful of soul. Soul is rather like a fourth dimension. Yes, it is. It's your heart, your mind, your words, years, and then some. Some giving, some taking, even some making. Is love running hot or running cold? But leave it and see what you got with a handful of soul. Handful of soul. If you have to ask, you really don't know what soul is. But the recipe is older, older, older than old is. Some giving, some taking, even some making. Is love running hot or running cold? But live it and see what you get with a handful of soul. Yeah. I keep telling you I ain't got no money, but I've got something going. I really got something going. Ain't
systems to make procedural decisions quickly through graphical indicators based on the cognitive
crying after you've gone. There's no denying someday when you grow lonely, your heart will break like mine, for you want me only. After you've gone away. After you've gone and left me crying, after you've gone, there's no denying. You feel blue, you feel sad. You miss the dearest pal that you've ever had. There'll come a time, don't you forget it. There'll come a time when you'll regret it. Someday when you'll grow lonely, your heart will break like mine, for you want me only. After you've gone away.
I'm just breezing along with the breeze, trailing the rails, roaming the seas, like the birdies that sing in the trees, pleasing to live, living to please. The sky is the only roof I have over my head, and when I'm weary, Mother Nature makes me a bed. I'm just going along as I please, breezing along with the breeze. nature makes me a bed. I'm just going along as I please, breezing along with the breeze, breezing along with the breeze.
I get no kick from champagne. Mere alcohol doesn't thrill me at all. So tell me, why should it be true? I get a kick out of you. Some get their kicks from cocaine. I'm sure that if I took even one sniff, that would bore me terrifically too. Then I get a kick out of you. Da, 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 da. I get a kick every time I see you standing there before me. I get a kick, though it's clear to me that you obviously do not adore me. I get no kick in a plane, flying too high with some gal in the sky is my idea of nothing to do. That I get a kick out of you. Get no kick from champagne. Mere alcohol doesn't thrill me at all. So tell me, why should it be true that I get a kick out of you? Some get their kicks from cocaine. I'm sure that if I took even one sniff, that will bore me terrifically too. That I get a kick out of you. Oh, I get a kick every time I see you standing there before me. I get a kick, though it's clear to me that you obviously do not adore me. I get no kick in a plane, flying too high with some gal in the sky is my idea of nothing to do. I get a kick, she gives me a boot. I get a kick out of you. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da.
I can't keep from crying sometimes sometimes. And I can't keep from crying sometimes. Oh, mama, the mamas don't dead and gone, and I don't. But you know that I'm all alone. I can't keep from crying sometimes. Early in the morning, about the break of day, I get down on my knees. I fall down on my knees, you know what I pray. Mama, mama, she's done dead and gone, and I have to know where I am born. And I can't keep from crying sometimes by myself.
Oh mon amour, venu d'un conte de fées, comme mon prince charmant, tu m'as sauvé, sauvé des mauvais jours, d'une pomme empoisonnée, d'une folie en moi qui aurait pu tout dévaster. Cet amour si fort à la vie, à la mort, me parcourt le corps, me parcourt le corps. Je me vois en toi comme personne ne me voit. On ne me connaît pas comme toi, comme toi, comme toi. Mon amour, quand tu pars, chaque instant, je passe dans le brouillard. Je perds mon chemin et j'avance au hasard. Tes yeux sont mes yeux, sans toi, je suis dans le noir. Cet amour puissant, plus puissant que le temps, il me coule dans le sang, il me coule dans le sang. Dans le sang. Et toi, je te vois comme personne ne te voit. On ne te connaît pas comme moi, comme moi. seulement que je suis celle qu'il te fallait vraiment. Cet amour si fort à la vie, à la mort, me parcourt le corps, me parcourt le corps. Oh mon amour.
I'm standing on the mountain, looking out upon the land, thinking of all the food and goodness that is given unto me. I've seen love all over the flowers, I hear song from the buzzing bee, and peace is all around me. But there's no peace for you and me. Lord, there ain't no trouble on the mountain, no, and that's where I wanna go. Hey, and I just can't rest on the mountaintop when there's trouble down here below. You can taste the honey from the honeybee. You can sit in the shade of the shaded tree. There's no gift in the heart of a man to make me fight to be free. Oh, oh. On the mountain is where I wanna go and live my trouble down here below. Lord, there ain't no trouble on the mountain, no, and that's where I wanna go. Hey, but I just can't rest on the mountain top, and when there's trouble down here below. You can taste the honey from the honeybee. You can see it in the shade of a shaded tree. There's no gift in the heart of a man to make me wanna fight to be free. On the mountain is where I wanna go and leave my troubles down here below. But I know that running would be half a man, so I'm gonna stay here and take my stand. Lord, there ain't no trouble on a mountain, no, and that's where I want
sun is shining, no more pining, just we two, smiling through. Don't sigh, don't cry, bye bye blues. Bye bye blues. Bye bye blues. Bells ring, birds sing. Stop your moping, keep on hoping. You and me. Can't you see? Don't sigh, don't cry, bye bye blues.
One, two, three, four. Don't wanna sound full of myself or rude, but you ain't looking at no other dudes, 'cause you love me. So you think about a chance, you find yourself trying to do my dance. because you love me. Oh, so when we try, things slow down because you weren't used to how fast we touch. Then we locked eyes and you was in there and I was gonna cheer your ass up. I know that I'm carrying on, never mind if I'm showing off that I was just frontin'. You know I want you, babe, I'm ready to bet it all, unless you don't care at all. But you know I want you, you should stop running, babe. Girlfriend you could be, you still sneak and you look at me. Girl, I love it. Then you give your other girl a shove. Said you're gonna come and ask how it was. She's gonna love it. Oh, oh. So then we tried, things slowed down because you weren't used to how fast we touched. Then we locked eyes and I knew I was in there and I was gonna cheer your ass up. I know that I'm carrying on, never mind if I'm showing off. I was just frontin'. You know I want you, babe, I'm ready to bet it all, unless you don't care at all. You know I want you, you should stop running, babe. Carrying on, never mind if I'm showing off. I was just frontin'. You know I want you, babe, I'm ready to bet it all. Now unless you don't care at all, you know I want you, you should stop running, babe.
Laughing, that's a happy habit. If you got teeth, flash the whole set. Have enough laughs is what we don't get. Don't you throw that laughing habit away. Happy habit keeps you happy all day. Now giving, that's a happy habit. If you got dough, dig in that pot. If you ain't got, don't give what you got. Don't you throw that giving habit away. I have lived a little bit here, a little bit there. Got good habits, got 'em to spare, and I ain't breaking any. Loving, that's a happy habit. If you got love, that's enough said. If you ain't got love, brother, you're dead. Don't you throw that loving habit away.
If everyone can please take a seat, we're getting ready to start the event. Thank you.
That's a happy habit. Dropping my eyes, raising my skirt, showing my ankle. What can that hurt? I won't throw that flirting habit away. Happy habit keeps you happy all day. Fussing, that's a happy habit. Loving one smooth, gotta go bad. Fighting don't mean you go to bed mad. Don't you throw that fussing habit away. I have tripped a bit, a little trip here, a little trip there. I don't mind the wear and the tear. I'm indefatigable. Plussing, that's a happy habit. Woman plus man, husband plus wife, baby plus baby the rest of your life. Don't you throw that certain habit away. Happy habit keeps you happy all day. Happy habit keeps you happy all day. Of course, I can only speak for myself.
Pierre, un chemin qui chemine, un reste de récine. C'est un peu solitaire, c'est un éclat de verre, c'est la vie, le soleil, c'est la mort, le sommeil. C'est un piège entrouvert, un arbre millénaire, un nœud dans le bois. C'est un chien qui aboie, c'est un oiseau dans l'air, c'est un tronc qui pourrit, c'est la neige qui fond. Le mystère profond, la promesse de vie. C'est le souffle du vent au sommet des collines. C'est une vieille ruine, le vide, le néant. C'est la pie qui chacasse, c'est l'averse qui verse des torrents d'allégresse. Ce sont les eaux de Mars. C'est le pied qui avance, à pas sûr, à pas lent. C'est la main qui se tend, c'est la pierre qu'on lance. C'est un trou dans la terre, un chemin qui chemine, un reste de racines. C'est un peu solitaire, c'est un oiseau dans l'air, un oiseau qui se pose, le jardin qu'on arrose, une source d'eau claire, une écharde, un clou. C'est la fièvre qui monte, c'est un compte à bon compte, c'est un peu rien du tout. Un poisson à un geste, c'est comme du fifarchon. C'est tout ce qu'on attend, c'est tout ce qui nous reste. C'est du bois, c'est un jour, le bout du quai, un alcool trafiqué, le chemin le plus court. C'est les cris d'un hibou, encore ensommeillé, la voiture rouillée. C'est la bouche, c'est la bourre. Un pas, un pont, un crapaud qui croasse. C'est un chaland qui passe, c'est un bel horizon. C'est la saison des pluies, c'est la fonte des glaces. Ce sont les eaux de Mars, la promesse de vie. Jacques, un sapin qui attaque, une entaille au talon, un pas, une pierre, chemin qui chemine, un reste de racine, c'est un peu solitaire, un point, une bosse, une tache, un goût, un geste, une aiguille, une guêpe, un coup. L'hiver qui s'efface, fin d'une saison, c'est la neige qui fond, ce sont les eaux de Mars, la promesse de vie, le mystère profond, ce sont les eaux de Mars, dans ton cœur tu te fonds. Un pas, une pierre, un chemin qui chemine, un reste de racine, c'est un peu solitaire, c'est l'hiver qui s'efface, la fin d'une saison, c'est la neige qui fond, ce sont les eaux de Mars, la promesse de vie, le mystère profond.
Yes. Okay. You'll tell me when to this fantastic venue. Welcome to the second edition of IELAW X. We are really excited to have you here. And the event today is, we believe, a top-notch event. We have tried to bring some of the best entrepreneurs in the world to enlighten us about what can be done when one is mixing artificial intelligence and machine learning with law understood in a broad sense, the legal sector in a broad sense. Obviously, this is not just an event, it's a community. You all have received a personalized invitation. So you are here because we strongly believe that you are the experts, that you are the leaders in this country on the intersection between these very separate areas that are coming very quickly together. So we are very excited about that, about having you here. And obviously, IELAW X is not just a community, it's more than that. We are planning a lot of activities to train students on the intersection between these areas, to offer all kind of value added to corporations, and we are very excited about having you here. We hope you will have time to get to know each other, to discuss a lot of ideas together. Now, without further ado, I would like to certainly thank you for coming, to thank all the speakers, and to thank very especially Stanford Codex, the Center for Legal Informatics at Stanford Law School, who are cooperating with us and have been fantastic in making this possible. I would like to thank especially Roland Vogel, the director of that center. He was not able to come to Madrid, but he has been in the background helping and making sure that this event was possible. Now, I'm going to pass the word to Alejandro Turiño. You know him very well, managing partner at Écija. He is going to be conducting the events. He's going to be making sure that this goes in a very smooth manner and that we all make the most of it. And we have time also towards the end to make any questions we may want. I want, before passing the word, to thank all those that are following us in streaming, and we'll make sure that you can also interact with us in a very dynamic manner. So, Alejandro, the floor is yours.
Javier, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this fantastic event. Thank you very much, you all, for coming here and to share with us all this experience about how technology is embracing everything that's related to law. Thank you for all of you who will be attending the meeting, even in streaming from many places in the world. Thank you to Codex, of course, to all the speakers that will be sharing their experiences also here. And just to letting you know what will be the next steps along the day today is basically, first thing, I would like to introduce the screen that you have seen that is over there, that is a kinetic one, that you can check and touch it and see how can we predict the future in law with all the interventions and many words and forecasts from the experts that will be going through this stage today. And in terms of timetable, we will have like three first intervention, like 3 keynote speakers that will be dealing with topics related to technology, to artificial intelligence, with some examples, with everything that would be, I think, of much interest for all of us. But I encourage you to, after every intervention, that you can make some questions. We will have some for this. And also, for all of you who will be on the streaming, you will be using a hashtag that is IELAWX, where you can send some questions that we will ask all the speakers along the day. After these 3 sessions, we will have one like an elevator pitch of 5 very interesting people from the entrepreneurial scenario and arena, and we will have different solutions and activities that are already changing the legal profession and how technology is developing and making our profession different to that. And also for all of us who will be there at the end of the event, we will have a round table where the idea is all those topics that will be picked along the event, they can share, discuss, and of course open also the round table to you all so we can share all together. I don't want to take much more time of this, but I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker. He's Dan Martin Katz. He does not need much presentation. He's a very well-known guy in the legal industry. He's a technologist. He's law professor at Chicago Kent. He's also external affiliated to Codex, the Stanford Center for Legal Informatics. He is the CIO for Lex Predict, and something that I love in the terms that he has been named as legal rebel by the American Bar Association. Dan will be speaking about what is artificial intelligence and why it is relevant for the law industry. So, Dan, it's time for you to take the stage. And of course, thank you very much for coming. You will have, sorry to be rude for that, you got 30 minutes, and later on we will be discussing with them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Artificial Intelligence in Law, a 6-part primer. So there's been a lot of recent interest in applying artificial intelligence to the law from a global perspective, and it seems like you can open up a magazine or a newspaper without seeing an article about the rise of the robot lawyer. It's a sort of favorite story in the media. So today I'd like to try to offer you a little bit of a reset and a little bit of an orientation to what some of this work and some of these articles are really about. Now I could hit the down arrow many, many times talking about robo-lawyers. I think this probably is maybe the peak robo-lawyer right here when you make it in the New York Times with a story like this. So I think there's been a little bit of confusion, and I'd like to sort of talk a little bit about where things are headed over the coming years. One thing I think is, given some of the promises people have made, we are very much heading for an AI winter in law.
But I think there's a set of really good use cases that if you focus your attention on, you can carry off quite successfully in any jurisdiction in the world. And so I'd like to point you to those over the course of my comments today. So today, the presentation in 6 parts. Part 1, a quick reset about artificial intelligence in general and artificial intelligence in law more specifically. In artificial intelligence, there's sort of 2 big camps or approaches that people use in order to carry off, build applications. One is a sort of data-driven approach, and one is a rules-based approach. And I'd like to explain a little bit what the methods that both approaches are trying to bring to bear on particular problems. More generally, if you wanted to think of this field of computational law, you can kind of think of this data-driven idea as really focused on prediction, and this rules-based approach is really focused on expert systems. So we've seen a lot of this rules-based AI in the legal industry. I want to give you 3 examples, concrete, substantive examples. The first one is tax preparation software. This is a commercial product from the United States. The most well-known one is TurboTax. And TurboTax allows a user to answer a set of structured questions. And by answering those questions, they never have to see the complexity of the underlying tax code. They just answer these questions, and then when they're done and with a simple return, they're complete and they can just file their taxes and they're done. And they never have to deal with the underlying complexity of the law. And so the idea is if you were to sit with them as a tax preparer, these are the questions you would ask them. And if they answered in one way, you might respond in that way. If they answered this way, you might respond that way. And so this has been a very commercially successful system, probably the most commercially successful expert system of all time. I believe they have 30 million users in the United States alone. The second example I want to point to is a company in our space called Neota Logic. They are building helping people build rules-based AI systems. And the idea is you sit with an expert. If I was to sit with you as my lawyer, you would potentially ask me a set of questions, and based on the information that I provided you, you might provide some advice or some guidance about how to go forward. Well, what we would like to do perhaps with software is try to take that advice, take that process out of your head and actually memorialize those steps in software. And so this is one of many examples. This involves a class action fairness decision tree. Basically, can I bring a class action lawsuit or not? And this is the kind of steps that one would go through. Now, one of the things that they've been very focused on, which I think is a great application, is to actually take legal information and distribute it in large organizations. So maybe the HR department is doing something, making a decision which has legal consequences. And what we'd like to do is try to give them some guidance about how to carry that off in a legally compliant manner. And so this is just a set of use cases. Is this issue in human resources? Is this a Foreign Corrupt Practices Act violation? Has there been a data breach? And if so, what is it I'm supposed to do as an IT manager? So there we have sort of non-lawyers making kind of decisions of a legal character, and we want to be able to give them a decision support tool. And so that's an example of AI in law in that context. Now, these trees are actually the steps you'd follow in your mind, and we're just trying to turn that into software, essentially. Now, my home institution, the Illinois Institute of Technology, the Chicago-Kent College of Law, has built a platform that's used in legal aid around the United States, and it's called A to J Author. It's used all over the United States. And it offers a little avatar like this, where often a poor person who wants to try to understand what legal rights they have or complete some simple legal process doesn't have to look at a complex form, but rather can follow a set of very discrete question and answers and complete what would be to a lawyer a simple task, but to them a very complex task. We call those things guided interviews, but that's trying to build a simulation of what a real interview would look like. And in the background, we're actually filling in the document as they answer the questions. So the logic is just a bunch of if this, then this, if this, then this, if this, then this. And in the background, there's a big decision tree that's being developed of all these conditional, if you answer this, then I ask this question. If you answer this, I answer that question. So it's been pretty successful in the US. We've had 3.5 million users of the platform, A to J Author. Now, all of that expert system types work is going to get rolled up into chatbots. If it's going to continue that as a field, particularly with data, it's going to become a chatbot. More on that in a second, but that's one of the kind of most popular technologies out there, which is to try to have two-way engagement. And maybe you've ever gone to a website and it pops up a little window and it says, "Hi, I'm so-and-so, do you have a question?" Many times that's not a person. That's actually a bot that's trying to engage with you. A person is sitting in the background. If you ask a question, it doesn't know how to answer, but many times people ask the same questions over and over again, and so it's easy enough to have a bot do some of that work. And so here's just a set of examples: client intake, more seamless interaction with clients, or providing legal information to, quote, non-lawyers in large organizations. Those are good examples where people will build bots or are trying to build bots. There are many other examples. So although we see a lot of this rules-based approach in the legal industry, I'm pretty personally bearish on most of those applications, at least the ones that don't use data. And the reason I am is because if you look at the history of artificial intelligence in general, almost all some expert systems have not been particularly commercially successful. They really haven't made a mark in most other fields that they've been brought into. So when somebody says they're going to do that in law, I think it probably won't work because it hasn't worked very well anywhere else, other than a handful of use cases. So there's a lot of issues with expert systems. A classic paper on expert systems written in about 1989 has the title, "Expert Systems Lack Common Sense." The system has no way to think, to expand itself beyond the information that's in that if-then, set of if-then conditionals. So in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, rules-based AI was AI, actually, mostly, except for search. But that really turns around after 2005. Search really starts in a major way with Google in 98, but data at scale really gets going in the mid-2000s. Now, really what we're trying to learn, I just want to be clear, is the rules that underlie an activity. We still want to know the rules that somebody's following. The question is, how do I learn the rules? I can learn the rules kind of two ways. One is, I can ask an expert to tell me the rules they follow, or I can just watch a person do something and try to learn the rules from data. So if you wanted to build a driverless car, you could sit down from first principles and write down the rules of driving. Every step that a person does. If this car slows down, I slow down. If this car swerves over, I move over. Those are all rules that you follow to drive a car. If you sat at your desk doing that, you'd be there for the rest of your natural life and many natural lives. The way we get something like a driverless car is to watch a lot of people drive and collect data at scale and try to predict what people do in the face of various inputs. What's our output? Person does this, I do that. And that's a rule that I'm trying to learn, but I'm learning it from data, not from the expert telling me what the rule is. It's a very important distinction. So what we want to be able to do is mimic or predict what a person's going to do. So there are some rules-based expert systems use cases. I've identified a few, but I would just say, like, there are practically zero tier 1 tech companies doing expert systems anymore. And I think we can all learn a lesson from that. If we should try to generally stay away from that stuff in so much as it hasn't worked very well for real commercial problems. So coming back to this, I'd like us to spend most of the rest of my comments talking about data and its applicability and use in legal. These are my views about data. Those are not everybody's views. There'll be other people with other perspectives. But today I would say that AI state-of-the-art is something that's purely data-centric, augmenting expert forecasts with data, or if you're going to do a rules-based system, you do iterative rules and data. And so why I like chatbots is because that's actually a massive data collection exercise. You see a person ask a question, you respond. You see a person ask a question, you respond. I actually collect all that of maybe of a human engaging through typing. Then I'm able to predict what the answers to these questions ought to be. Now I'm not asking the expert, I'm watching the expert do something. And that's the reason I like chatbots, because it actually solves for a classic problem in expert systems. It's actually a data-driven way to build an expert system, if you will. Okay, part 2. Now let's take a little bit step outside of legal for a moment and think about this big data pan everything. As a general matter, in the rules versus data debate, data won the war. And I want to say why it won the war. Terms of surrender are available, by the way. But it's really, if you probably have recognized that data is beginning to influence our lives in a lot of meaningful ways. And the origin of the phrase big data is actually this special issue of Nature 2008. So it was in the scientific community as a phrase, And then I would say this McKinsey Global Institute report went out to a bunch of the senior managers, McKinsey clients in the world, and that's really where it crossed over and became a sort of a phrase you hear everywhere: big data this, big data that, big data this, big data that. To date, most of the most successful commercial applications have been ones where there's massive returns to scale. So people have worked in medicine, because medicine, unlike law, is a multi-trillion-dollar industry globally. Finance. If I can predict stock market movements better than the next person, that's a very valuable thing. Logistics, Amazon, that's a big data collection exercise trying to, this is an often forgotten one, but I just would flag for you. Agriculture, I mean, actually a really important early form of information technology was an almanac. This is agriculture yields. This is an almanac. It was a big deal in human history to tell people when to plant crops. We're about to try to have another one of those hyper customization of when to plant crops to get higher crop yields, and that's a big data problem. Transportation, I've already mentioned. That's obviously a great example. Retail, all these places people are using data today. So what's powering this AI revolution are two things. One is massively increasing computing power, and the other is massively decreasing data storage costs. So the most well-known of these is Moore's Law. We've been doubling the speed of a computer processor for every 18 to 36 months for about 60 years. And you keep doubling a number and doubling and doubling and doubling, and that exponential growth is really astonishes us about how quickly we're able to do things. The less well-known one is Kreider's Law, which is actually the cost of storing data is exponentially declined. So a gig of data storage in 1981 was $300,000, and today, 2011, about 10 cents now, it's about 6 cents, 6.5 cents, somewhere in that ballpark. So just to give you an idea how big is, a petabyte or petabyte is a lot of data. If you had 1,024 terabytes, you'd have a petabyte. And you can buy a 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte drive at an Apple store or a computer store, and it's very affordable. If you had the entire written works of humanity in every written language for all of time, it's about 50 petabytes of text. Colossal Storage, which is one of the bigger storage companies, says it'll be about 2 to 5 years you'll be able to buy a petabyte drive for about $750. So in principle, you could store the written works of humanity for all of time for $37,500. That's what they mean when they say big data. So part two, the rise of legal analytics. So law is a relatively small vertical, and there's a lot of diversity in what lawyers do. So one of the problems with the AI conversation or the robot lawyer conversation is what lawyers do is actually a massively diverse set of tasks. So there's no single solution to solve for all of those. You have to build a use case around a specific problem and another specific problem and another specific problem. There's no one ring to rule them all, just to use a Lord of the Rings reference for those who might be interested. People wouldn't build them in law because we didn't have problems that were large enough to justify the economic investment. That's been the historical fact. There's also this that ought to be noted. Law is a field historically that has a sort of pathological fear of numbers. Perhaps not only in this room, but maybe one or two of your colleagues have expressed this from time to time. Obviously, also the business model of partnership as the dominant form of organization has led to underinvestment in technology and innovation. That hardly needs to be restated. That's a trivial statement. So taken together, that has all challenged the deployment of analytics and AI more generally in legal. Now, notwithstanding that, we're finally getting analytics in this space. So there's been a bunch of articles written about this, big data, legal analytics, what have you. I could hit the down arrow sort of indefinitely here, but we'll just take judicial notice. There's Owen's company, Lex Machina. So here's a few commercial applications. This is just a small fraction of the products out there, but just to give you some examples that are concrete. Contract analytics. That is a bunch of the information in contracts is actually data, if you think about it that way, and it's very interesting data that people are using for all types of purposes, not just lawyers, but other people in organizations, including accountants and otherwise. Judges, people want to be able to predict judges and their behavior. Discovery or e-disclosure, as they call it in the UK, finding documents that are relevant to a matter and being able to predicting how much stuff will cost. How much will this matter cost? This is an analytics problem, predicting that. This is our company here. I like this company. I think it's a really neat example of art and science put together, which is when you're negotiating with someone, you think of that as probably as an art, but that can be informed by science. If you see that little spline plot, what's happening there is that's two people starting apart and coming to an agreement. Don't you always wonder, could I have gotten a little more money if I'd held out a little longer? It's a question that you might be able to learn somebody's patterns in the way they negotiate from data. So these are just a small subset of problems we're trying to work on in law. Predicting case outcomes, predicting costs, predicting documents of various types, whether it's discovery or due diligence, predicting rogue behavior, that's the compliance task. Somebody's engaging in bad behavior in a company, it's a guarantee at any given time, any company of any scale, there's somebody doing something they shouldn't. Can you find it and stop it? And predicting contract terms and outcomes and linking those together. So I want to talk to you now about 3 forms of legal prediction. And I want to look at case outcomes as an example, using an example that I've worked on, but I want to point out that this methodology or approach can be taken to really any problem that's out there. So I'm going to talk about some work I've done on predicting US Supreme Court decisions. And I pointed to you not because it's the most commercially important use case out there, but it's a concrete example that's in the public domain where we're actually bringing these methods to bear on a real problem. In our commercial side, we do predictions on all types of things on the commercial side, but this is an academic public use case to make the point. So I just want to say in all of human history, in terms of predicting something, there's only 3 methods we've ever developed, whether it's law or otherwise. You can ask an expert, you can go to a crowd, or you can build an algorithm. That's the only ways we've ever developed to predict anything in all of humanity. These are our only possible methods that exist. So experts. 13 years ago, there was a tournament run between kind of a who's who of the American Legal Academy and members of the Supreme Court Bar, among others. And they were charged with the task of saying, predict the upcoming decisions of the Supreme Court in advance. Obviously, predicting something, already knowing the outcome isn't much of a trick, it's cheating. So then they kept score. And they said, how well did these people who are subject matter experts perform on the task of prediction? So if you look here, they got 58% of the cases correctly predicted. You might say, well, is that good or is that bad? Did they do a good job predicting or a bad job predicting? Well, it's not great because the court reverses about just over 60% of the cases that it hears. So if you knew nothing about the substance and you just guessed they would reverse, you would perform better than they do. Every time we've kept score in law, it has not been a particularly great portrait for the experts. And so our problem with our field is we don't keep score enough. We need to do a better job of keeping score. And I just want to say that this is a well-known problem called overfitting. The person who's good at making the legal arguments might be bad at predicting it. You ever heard the phrase, the person's too close to the case? They can't really see it. They see the trees and miss the forest for the trees. They sort of lost perspective about the actual prediction of what's going to happen. Nate Silver sort of generalized this idea in his book, Signal and the Noise, I'd encourage you to look at. My friend Ed Walters calls this problem the tyranny of the hunches. But I want to link this more explicitly, if I could, to finance. There are highly compensated experts in finance who you pay money to decide which stocks to buy and what have you. One way to track their performance is say, how well do they do versus an index fund? So the S&P 500 is a big index fund. It has a diversified set of companies. If this was finance, that example I just said, that's somebody who cannot beat the market. I think a lot of people in this field can't beat the market. In finance, that's something called noise trading. 2/3 of fund managers, professional money managers, cannot beat the S&P 500. They're highly compensated experts who we believe have some ability to do the task, but when actually measured, they don't do better than a simple thing like bet the S&P. Warren Buffett got it recently into an argument with a bunch of hedge funds, and his basic view was that they cannot beat a simple index fund. And so he had a tournament with them where he bet $1 million against them for a charity, and he said, at the end of 10 years, I will have more money than you do. and he's up 66%, and the hedge fund is up 22%. And so unless the market goes down this year 44%, he's going to win the bet with a simple S&P 500. So this is kind of very illustrative of exactly what the issue is in law. We've got a lot of people in this field who are noise predictors. They can't beat the market. But if you don't keep score, you don't really have any idea who that person is. We need to do a better job actually evaluating and benchmarking people's performance over time as a field. To be a more rigorous field, we need to do a better job on this. From a pure forecasting standpoint, by the way, the best known Supreme Court predictor, US Supreme Court predictor, is this guy here. His name's Jacob Berlove. He lives in a one-bedroom apartment in Queens, New York, and he's not a lawyer. He's actually what's the US Defense Department has coined this phrase of a super forecaster. The US Defense Department has been interested in finding what they call non-traditional predictors. The people that work in those organizations all have the same academic backgrounds, the same kind of pedigree, and it tends to be groupthink. They all think about the problems the same way, and that's bad for an organization. You want people who have different points of view. So they've been running these public tournaments to find people that maybe didn't even complete college or high school, but are good at the task, keeping track over time, scoring it, and that's what this gentleman, Jacob Berlove, is for our legal example. Now, I mentioned Jacob. Jacob is actually part of something we've been running in the US called Fantasy SCOTUS. It's as cool as it sounds. It's a prediction tournament where people get prizes for performing well on the task. So we say, predict all of the decisions in advance, and they're playing for prizes. This is our team. One of the things I'll point out is that when you keep score, you actually get to see how people perform over time. So for every case in the US Supreme Court, we have a prediction of what the crowd thinks the answer is. And I'll tell you the secret on the crowd. The crowd is terrible at predicting the cases. They're just like the market. But we maintain what we call a super crowd. And not every member of the crowd is equal. We maintain a super crowd, which is the top performing fund managers, or predictors in this case, over time. And the super crowd beats even the best player. You ever heard the phrase, the smartest person in the room is the room? We got to do a better job of harnessing the collective wisdom in our organizations. So this is how we did for the last full term of the Supreme Court, 84% on the cases, quite a good level of performance. So we believe there's not enough crowd-based decision-making in institutions, but this is an article in Harvard Business Review by Daniel Kahneman, the Nobel Prize winner, and here's what he says. When we go across all these fields of human endeavor, people, highly compensated experts aren't nearly as good as we think. Software developers, doctors, and a whole bunch of other professionals. So we think there's not enough crowd-based decision-making in organizations. This is a little commercial offering we build called Lexamble. It's a crowdsourcing platform that we deploy in organizations. Real quickly on crowdsourcing, a brief aside about crowdsourcing. We asked the people how to predict who would be the next Supreme Court justice, and our crowd nailed it within 12 days, who would be the next Supreme Court justice in the United States. And it was written up in a bunch of places. So algorithms. We built an algorithm to predict these decisions, and so we've done as such here, and it's published recently in PLOS One, which is a science journal. There's nothing magical about that model. It's a straightforward application of long-standing machine learning principles. That's it. All the code is online on GitHub. It's an open source project, so you can see it for yourself and touch it. We went back in time and predicted for 200 years the decisions of the court. And here's how we did. We did about 70% on the cases. So you might say, well, Dan, if you did 70% on the cases, why don't you just use that crowd? You have that crowd, right? Well, let's come back and pull this all together. Experts, crowds, and algorithms. Here's what I said recently in a write-up of our paper in Science. The secret sauce for all this stuff is blending experts, crowds, and algorithms together. And that's, by the way, if you were trading, if you were running money, this is how you would do it. And if you're doing this and you took it seriously and rigorously, this is what you would do. So another way of saying it is what's called an ensemble, which is just a blend. A blend outperforms any single stream. It's not trivial how to put those together, but that's the task at hand. So let me just show you. This is the pseudocode of our times. Humans plus machines are better than humans or machines for a wide class of tasks. Okay, this is what we're working on right now. Take these three things and blend them together into a composite. So maybe that's the weights. Maybe the weights are something different, but that's what you would do if you wanted to use AI and experts and put them together, which is really what we need to be doing in this field across lots of applications. And you might say, well, why do I even care about that? I will just tell you in this particular example, you can trade the cases in the securities market. It's a straightforward application. These decisions affect publicly traded securities on a listed stock exchange, and therefore, if you can forecast them, you can trade them, just as an example. I'll jump past that. But so lots of people ask me, what's next in legal analytics? What's the next thing on the horizon? So I've talked about experts, crowds, and algorithms, and I've talked about rules-based AI, but I want to give you a little bit of portrait about the economics of what's over the horizon in my remaining time today. And I think if you look to tech, you actually can get your answer. What's happening in technology, and how does it inform what we might do here in law? So everybody in a position of leadership or in a technical position, I think, needs to take stock of some of these major trends happening in technology. And that's this machine learning as a service and the enterprise open source movement. The democratization of machine learning technologies is very much underway. And this emerging business model that we're seeing now is software as a service, as a general idea, and then specifically here, machine learning as a service. And I want to make mention of something like IBM Watson. There's IBM Watson per se, and then there's IBM Watson as an early example of machine learning as a service. What IBM Watson actually is as a commercial product is the first example of machine learning as a service. And I thought it was really going to be transformative, and it has been, but not exactly for the reasons I understood. What it did is, it brought all the other technology companies in with a competitive product. So if we look through, there's article after article about all the other competitors. Amazon has machine learning as a service. The cloud wars are underway. Here's some commercial examples. Microsoft has Azure, machine learning as a service. Google has TensorFlow, machine learning as a service. IBM has Watson, machine learning as a service. Amazon has its offering, machine learning as a service. But wait, there's actually more. There's more to this. There's the enterprise open source movement. So right now, major companies are giving away algorithms they spent millions of dollars developing for free to developers. And we call it the golden age of open source. So Facebook has given away a bunch of their proprietary algorithms. Apple has, Baidu has, Microsoft has, and Google has. And this is really changing the economics of building technology in legal analytics or otherwise. So this, in some concluding thoughts, we have a last mile problem here now. You used to build a technology application here, you'd have to build the entire stack of stuff, all of the pieces. But now, I have machine learning as a service. I have components that I can grab from either open source or from service providers, standing on the shoulders of giants. Now I just have to build the last mile into problems. Now that's not trivial, but it's a lot cheaper than having to build the whole thing. So when you have a competent developer, what you're going to find out is that you're a lot closer to the actual product from a cost perspective than we ever have been. We still have to build a unique domain-specific offering, but it's a lot cheaper than having to build the entire thing all the way up. So the new ball game is actually to combine all these things together in unique ways for specific use cases, some of which we might hear about over the course of the day today. But the goal is to build these enterprise applications from unique combinations of machine learning as a service. There's a bunch of different ways to configure that. So we're actually even starting to see the first wave of ML as a service implementation companies. Here's a company that just got a venture round called Bonsai. And what they're doing is saying, we'll help you use TensorFlow to implement some business problem that you're interested in. But they're very straightforward about it. Like, there's these pieces that are available. We'll teach you how to configure them to the problems you have. But they're able to come in, instead of trying to sell you a finished product, they can find the product and build it with you at a much lower price point. So I think there's 3 implications for legal analytics. 1, every organization in law needs a data strategy. To capture, clean, and regularize data support a wide range of tasks. 2, to deploy for specific enterprise applications. Use cases that are out there, there are many that you would pick. You need to be able to have somebody come in and clean up your data and make it ready to do these, to build these out to these problems. 2, I think every organization needs relevant human capital. You need people who know about this stuff. You have a lot of substantive expertise as a lawyer, but these people have a lot of substantive expertise about doing this. The two of you need to get together in an appropriate way and so I think one of the ways to open up the human capital bottleneck, if you will, is you might have to grow your own talent. And in that vein, we've made a bunch of free online materials that I make available to you or anyone. This is an intro statistics class for lawyers, and this is a machine learning class for lawyers that's free and available at legalanalyticscourse.com. We're building out the final part of that over the next couple of months, but it'll be available for free for anybody who wants to learn. Final implication, I think in the technology space, we have a very interesting thing happening. There's like wave 1 companies and wave 2 companies. Wave 1 companies had to build much more of the technology stack. Second movers now, who start now, can catch up faster because you didn't have to build all those pieces. They're there as a utility. It's a substantial economic change to the market for technology in general and then us specifically. Second movers need a lot less capital. So if you start now, you have a lot lower fixed cost actually building out to these problems. And by the way, you won't have to like dilute yourself down to a Series Z, as I like to call it, when you own 1/16% of the company because you've had to take on so much money in order to build stuff. It's a lot cheaper to build things now. So I think really the best in legal tech is really yet to be built because there's a lot of problems in law that are small, but it's now cheaper to build, so you can build a micro product to a micro problem. So I think my prediction on the legal horizon is that we'll have more tech, more analytics, leveraging in part machine learning as a service. So I'm Dan Katz, Illinois Institute of Technology, Chicago Kent College of Law. This is my company, LexPredict. This is my lab. I have a law lab that I run within the law school, which is, I'm affiliated with Stanford. This is my blog, Computational Legal Studies. This is my Twitter handle. I'll see you over on Twitter, @Computational on Twitter, @Computational on Twitter. And here's my contact information. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe 1 or 2 questions, perhaps. Or
Thank you very much for the presentation. You have been great in presenting, but not in respecting the time.
Okay.
So we have no much time to discuss, but I would like to pick one question from the social network.
Okay. And I will take any questions on Twitter, @Computational. Just tweet at me and we can have a conversation, a modern conversation on Twitter.
But we got a very tricky one here because you have been very optimistic in the future of law and also how technology will be embracing the law. But somebody is asking, where are the limits of artificial intelligence between law and technology? So what are the limits?
What are the limits? There are many limits. There's lots of tasks that lawyers do that are hard to build AI for, but there's a bunch of easy stuff if you sort of got focused on it that you could execute on. The problem here is we don't even count and keep score as a field particularly well. So the limits are out here, and the stuff we're trying to do is more like here right now. So we're nowhere near the limits as of right now of what's out there. If you said, well, am I gonna, I suppose the robo-lawyer story, part of that idea is that there's like something that's gonna do the entire task set that lawyers do. That's not a plausible idea. Plausible idea is a lawyer used to work on this thing, now we have technology that can do aspects of that thing. Now, if you thread enough of those things together, it starts to look like that, but there's no one AI technology that does all the stuff that lawyers do. I think we're nowhere near the limits because we're nowhere near even where other fields are from a technological standpoint. So any other questions? I'd be happy to see you at Twitter, or at Computational on Twitter, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
Thank you. Okay.
This is time now for the second key speaker, that is Daniel Lewis. He's also a lawyer. He has been awarded Forbes 30 Under 30, LinkedIn 35 Under 35. He is co-founder and CIO at Ravel Law, who are very committed in research and legal analytics, and also in the presenting case law in a new format. His intervention will be very focused on the potential of the legal analytics with a focus on courts. So Daniel, thank you very much for being here, and it's your time for interviewing here. Daniel? If he's not coming, I will pick him. So thank you very much, and you got 30 minutes.
And there we go, great. We've created millions of data points as part of the machine learning that we do. And so you could think of this as, if you've heard of Google and their self-driving car, maybe you've heard of the fact that they have now driven something like 3 million miles with their autonomous vehicles, training the cars about the experiences that they encounter out in the real world. Our sort of corresponding data is we've created more than 1 million data points of looking at legal documents and classifying them, and then using that training information to scale it out across tens of millions of documents. Firms that are using us include 1 in 3 of the IELAW 20, dozens of big firms throughout the country, dozens of law schools. And so this technology that we've been developing, that other folks are developing, is really now starting to get out in practice, and people are using it with real-world consequences, which is exciting. And it's really, today, there's so much more application of this stuff than there was just 5 years ago when we looked around and started the company. The second fundamental piece of our experience has been working with legal data itself. And to do that, we've formed a partnership with Harvard Law School. So we originally came from Stanford. We've formed a partnership with Harvard. And we did this because Harvard had the biggest collection of US legal case law in the world. And with them, we've scanned every single case in their collection. And it gives us a database that's really beyond compare. It's every case from every federal and state court going all the way back to the earliest decisions. And the reason we did this is because, as Dan mentioned, we're taking an approach that relies on data to do machine learning. We don't have experts crafting if-then conditionals. Instead, we're training our systems by looking at data. And the more data that we have, the better our systems. And AI really does require good, not just a lot of data, it requires good data. And if you have garbage into your system, if you're looking at bad data when you're training something, your results are going to be bad. There's an interesting piece here, too, in the formation of new companies, in that both Harvard and Stanford are stakeholders in Ravel and shareholders. And I think IELAW is doing something that's really creative out here in bringing corporations and law firms into the legal development space. There's interesting examples of that happening in the US too. So I'm gonna present sort of 3 probably pretty not controversial statements. The first one is law has never been more important or complex. There's examples almost every single day from corporate law, from obviously the US political system. The law is incredibly important, and I don't see that going down at all in the near future or the long term. The second thing is legal data is actually increasingly massive. And this is what I mean by this. So this is a chart of federal cases, the volume of cases produced every year from 1900 up until the present day. And as you can see, this chart is going vertical over the last 10 years or so. And so every year, the volume is going up. That's just federal, so now I've added state case law to it. That's the red line. That's going vertical too. If you look at those combined, you have this really steep graph that's emerging, where for a long time it was a pretty linear growth rate, but now as you have year-over-year increases of 5%, 6%, the curve is really getting quite steep. To put it in perspective, if you charted this out and just took the growth rate from the last few years and projected it forward for the next 20, you'd have the graph look like this. And this is an exciting prospect, really, because it means that the data available in the legal space is growing, and it's growing in a way that's going to allow the development of more and more interesting applications. So this is one of the things that's both a challenge, because right now, in this moment, this amount of data is overwhelming lawyers. It's making their jobs harder, not easier. But from a software and a machine learning perspective, this amount of data is actually really exciting, because it lets us imagine and create software that can start to do more and more legal tasks. And the third argument here might be the most controversial, which is law has really been pretty minimally disrupted by software to date. There's a couple powerful examples, e-discovery being one of them, where you had a big surge in documents that lawyers had to grapple with. Software came along to help them do that much more quickly. But besides that, there's very few examples of software taking over a difficult legal task. And one of the reasons behind that is, as Dan said, a lawyer's job is pretty complex. There's a lot of different activities that they participate in. So this is a breakdown of a typical lawyer's time. MIT and McKinsey came out with reports looking at a lawyer's day-to-day workflow, and they reached pretty similar results. And so this is drawn from their research. You have, at the base, research and analysis taking up almost 30% of a lawyer's time. You have writing and drafting taking up another 15%. You have some administrative tasks taking up another 10% or so. And then you have another sort of 45% of advising, investigating, communicating with clients. What I think is going to happen is, I'm kind of with Dan in that I think in the near term, AI is overhyped. So I would short AI predictions over the next 5 years, but I would be really bullish on AI predictions in the long term. And so what I mean by that is, I think if you look at where lawyers' work can be automated and where software has the ability to standardize things and make things more easily templated, drafted, researched, there's a lot of space to automate what's done in the research and analysis category and in the writing and drafting category. And firms are already feeling the pain of this in the US. They're writing off $60,000 a year per associate in research time that associates at firms are doing and clients aren't willing to pay for. And that's not our research, that's independent consulting research. So I think these buckets of work over the long term, or sort of the medium to long term, can and will be greatly automated. And that's going to have some really interesting consequences for the legal profession and how the courts interact with companies and interact with law firms. I think at the high level, though, you're going to continue to have a number of really difficult to automate tasks that lawyers do: advising, investigating, communicating, going to court. And I think those tasks will become more and more compelling. And really, they're going to make a lawyer's life a lot better, because those are the things that are most exciting to do for lawyers. So I think it's kind of an optimistic scenario, actually. I hope that those tasks can be automated. I don't think it's anything that lawyers should fear. In thinking about where technology is being pushed, because it really requires demand to invest in this stuff and to use it and to adopt it, I think there's a legal triangle here of 3 different entities and actors in the space. One are law firms and attorneys. One are companies. And you could also think of this as people who have legal needs. It could be individual consumers, but I think companies are really the right framework to think about who's driving a lot of tech innovation, and the court system. So we can talk more about firms. My focus today will really be on courts, but just to highlight some of the interesting things that are going on in this legal triangle. So at companies, there was interesting news within the last couple of months that JP Morgan had introduced software that was automating what had previously took their team of lawyers 360,000 hours, like a year, to do. And I think we're going to see more and more of that. They're identifying tasks that can be automated, and they're just going to do that. In the courts, there's some really interesting examples going on, too, of software being used to help judges make decisions about a range of things. Most particularly around sentencing guidelines of how long somebody should be sentenced to prison, bail guidelines of should they be let off to await trial, or should they have to stay in prison? What are the risk factors? How risky are they? There's some deep challenges with this approach. Sometimes this software can be very opaque and people don't know how it works, but there's also really big opportunities for that sort of standardization to reduce discrimination and to reduce racial disparities in how crimes and defendants are being treated. So I'm supposed to talk about courts. I'll dive into that part in a bit more depth. I think the places that I wanted to talk are with three broad areas of what role does AI and technology have in the most exciting ways in the court system. One is on advising court decision making around sentencing, things like that. One is on modeling how courts and judges make decisions and doing that in increasingly complex situations. And the third is helping interface between courts and firms and companies, the people involved in the legal system who are trying to settle the dispute, to streamline that dispute resolution process and make it faster, cheaper, to make it more predictable. So when we think about modeling decision making, there's a range of situations that you can model. There's very simple ones and there's more complex ones. We've started to model some of the more simple ones. There's guidelines around sentencing, for example. Some of the more difficult ones, though, create interesting problems. So this is an example of the technology that we've created where you can look at an individual judge or a court and identify how often they've granted or denied motions. And a motion is a movement by one of the parties to get the court to do something. And there's hundreds of different motions that parties can file. We've modeled out nearly 100 of those and looked into the cases to identify when they're dealing with a motion and what the outcome was. And so when we do that, two of the most prominent motions are motions to dismiss and motions for summary judgment. And when we do that, we identify the likelihood that the judge or the court will grant that kind of motion. And what's been interesting is when we go out and talk with partners at firms and say, imagine a client came to you and asked, what's the likelihood of winning a motion to dismiss in front of this judge? Oftentimes they say, I don't know, and I don't have any real way of answering that confidently. They don't have any data. They don't know how that judge has ruled on hundreds of similar motions in the past because these things haven't been tracked before. There's not just a simple checkbox that exists on these cases saying, this dealt with this kind of motion and this is what the outcome was. So it's taking complex data science to figure out what's going on in these documents. So the way that we've done this is I think, I wanted to talk about it because it provides examples of how this will scale out to other jurisdictions, other challenges. And the approach that we're using is called supervised machine learning, where we have a team of lawyers and data scientists working hand in hand, working together, identifying examples and creating training data, and then using that training data to scale it out. So for example, we may create 20,000 examples of a particular motion, identifying it from cases where it's been a motion and identifying what the outcome was. And then we'll use those 20,000 trained examples to scale that out across 10 million cases. And now, across 10 million cases, we can tell you what motions they involved and what the outcomes were. And it's a difficult challenge because the way that these emotions appear in the cases can be really messy. It's just natural language appearing in the text. And so it can take a lot of different forms. It can be complicated. There can be multiple motions mixed up even in one sentence. And it can be difficult to figure out which motion was filed by which party, and sometimes the outcome is unclear of who won and who lost. So we've taken three different approaches and combined them to solve this problem. One is language syntax, the second is rhetorical structure, and the third is co-reference. So what does this look like? Syntactic parsing looks like this. You take a sentence and you start to identify how the words relate to each other. There was a motion, it was denied, or it was granted, and you can add complexity to that. The second thing is you look at the context of the language. So when you deal with a motion, there's 4 or so different contexts in which it appears, only one of which we're actually interested in. So one example of something we're not interested in is a procedural example where it says, earlier in this case, the one party filed a motion and it was granted. Well, that's helpful to know, but it doesn't tell us what's going on right now in this particular motion. It just tells us that some time ago a motion was granted. It doesn't tell us today there's a motion at stake and this is what happened with it. Another example is an abstract motion where we don't care about it per se. And that may be the standard for a motion for summary judgment is XYZ. That doesn't tell us what happened in that motion either. So the ones that we're really trying to zoom in on are the adjudicative ones, where it says, in this case, the defendant filed a motion and this is what happened. It was granted or denied. The last thing that we look at is this co-reference approach. And so you can see here on the left, from one case, different sentences, and each sentence gives you a piece of information, but not the whole picture. So the first sentence says that one of the parties, Dr. Zip, filed a motion for summary judgment. It doesn't tell you what happened, though. The second sentence tells you that the motion for summary judgment was filed on a particular date, but it also says the plaintiff filed it. And then the third one says the motion was granted. So by identifying across these different sentences that they're all talking about the same motion, we learn something more. We learn that Dr. Zip was the plaintiff, that he filed a motion for summary judgment, and that that summary judgment was granted. So that yields a couple different things. We can do this for judges, we can do this for courts. And what we then saw when we looked at the top 10 most frequent motions in the federal court system was this set of graphics. So there's a couple pieces of data here. One is the grant rate in blue, and you can see that it varies widely depending on the kind of motion that you're dealing with. And the second main data point is this yellow dot, which shows you the volume of how often this kind of motion is being dealt with. So you can see on the far left, there's two motions that are dealt with most often, and those are motions for summary judgment and motions to dismiss. They're each granted on average about 55% of the time, which can be really different from a motion for injunctive relief that may be granted only 25% of the time. So then when we looked at just motions to dismiss, we wanted to figure out, are courts across the US dealing with this in different ways? So we looked at a sub-level across the different federal circuits to identify were there differences in how they handled this kind of motion. And what we saw is that there was a big range, actually. At the far left, there was a jurisdiction, the Fourth Circuit, that granted these motions 61% of the time. And at the far right, there was another jurisdiction that granted them only 48% of the time. And then we went one level deeper. So within those circuits, there's district courts. And we looked at all of the district courts in the United States and modeled them out. And you can see that there's a handful on the far left that deal with a lot more cases than almost all the others. It's a very steep curve of those yellow dots. And it kind of looks like they're all over the map here. So when I reorder this, you can see on the far left now, these are ranked by the grant rate. At the far left, you have courts that are granting this kind of motion more than 70% of the time. And at the far right, you have courts that are granting it less than 50% of the time. So a 20 percentage point swing, just depending on the court that you're in, around the likelihood of you winning this very important kind of motion. So then we looked just within one of the districts, one of the circuits. The Ninth Circuit covers San Francisco, California, the West Coast of the United States. And depending on the court that you were in the Ninth Circuit, your odds of winning may vary from 64% to 52%. A pretty big range again. And then we looked at the judges just within the Northern District. So there's 21 actively serving judges in one of these districts that covers the northern part of California. And depending on the judge that you get randomly assigned, your odds of winning this sort of motion can range from, at the far left, more than 70% of the time, to at the far right, a barely 40% of the time. So depending on the judge that you're randomly assigned, your odds of winning this very important motion, there's a 30 percentage point spread. That's really dramatic. And one of the things that I think is so curious about this is with data, you can actually start to make important decisions. So I tweeted a little while ago, actually, that a prediction we'd made about a week ago came true. And the prediction was Google has been suing Uber about stealing autonomous vehicle technology, and Google had filed for an injunction to stop Uber from doing any further development. And typically, these injunctions are very hard to win. And we looked at the judge, and we looked at the data behind this kind of injunction, and found that the judge granted them only about 1/3 of the time. And so the prediction was, well, based on the odds, that's probably the likely outcome here. And lawyers take a very, Dan put it one way, which is they don't have a lot of data, and oftentimes that means that they say each case is very unique, and you can't predict what's going to happen in any individual case. Each case is a snowflake, and making a prediction about what is going to happen is hopeless because it depends on so many variables. And I think the data is going to show that that's not exactly true. It's going to show that looking at enough cases, looking at enough samples, you're going to be able to start making more confident predictions about what's going to happen in a case. My favorite example of this is from about 50 years ago. You had the story involves a past president, Lyndon Baines Johnson, goes by LBJ. And he was involved in a Senate campaign. He was running for the Senate, and there were accusations of voter fraud. And so a district court judge issued an injunction stopping LBJ's name from going on the local ballot. And without his name on the ballot, he knew that he was never going to win the election. Nobody would be able to vote for him. And so he had to figure out a strategy to get this injunction overturned. And so he called in a legal team, and they scratched their heads for a while, and nobody had a good idea for how they could get this injunction overturned fast enough in the few weeks that remained between the injunction and the election, that even if they won, it would be too slow. They didn't have a strategy to win fast enough. And so he called one lawyer named Abe Fortas, and Abe said, well, the only chance we have is actually to try to lose our appeal as quickly as possible so that we can then appeal to the Supreme Court, where I think we're more likely to win. So they went out to the local circuit, which was the Fifth Circuit. It was based in New Orleans, and they tried to find the judge who was most likely to rule against them. And after reading a bunch of cases, looking at all the decisions these judges had ruled on, they identified the one who was most likely to rule against them. So they basically did this work by hand. They charted this out by hand. They found their judge. They made their appeal to him. Sure enough, they lost. They appealed to the Supreme Court, where they won. LBJ went on to win the election, and when he was president, he appointed Abe Fortas to the Supreme Court. So 50 years on, we can now do this sort of work with technology. It's going to make lawyers like Abe Fortas much more common. They're going to be able to make these sorts of decisions more confidently and with greater data and with more confidence. So where does this lead us? In the short term, this is kind of the state of the art. This is what we can do. We can turn case law into statistics. We can make increasingly complex models of how courts are going to rule. But there's still a lot of space here that's unknown. There's a lot of decision-making that we don't understand in the court system. And part of this ties back to why are judges making decisions in the way that they do? What influences them? How can you be more persuasive? How can you change their mind? How can you increase your odds of winning? So the places that I see this going are around prediction, automation, and standardization. So prediction is going to get better, and it's going to become a much more widely used practice. Today, you really don't have very much prediction going on when firms make decisions and when they make strategy. You're going to have prediction, and it's going to get better. And the state of the art is going to get better. And it's going to get better because we're tracking more data, like Dan said, and we're getting more systematic about tracking outcomes, and we're doing it in more high-quality ways. It's not just anecdotal. And Owen, I'm sure, we'll talk about this too. So we're going to be able to better predict increasingly complex cases. That's one thing. And as we get better at predicting, the reason we're going to get better is that we're going to start to understand some of the more nuanced factors. So we're going to understand that when a judge is dealing with a particular kind of case and particular arguments are made, those might influence the odds. And so once you start to understand what the underlying factors are of why judges are making decisions, you start to have a better sense of how to automate the argument to them. You start to have a better sense of how do you craft this argument with language and cases and examples that are going to be most persuasive. And so the starting point for making your argument may no longer be a blank page. It may be a page that's filled out with some examples and some language and some rules that judge has found persuasive in the past. And you're going to be able to increasingly automate this kind of work, not only in making predictions, but in actually doing the work that leads up to the decision. And I think the last exciting place is standardization. Judges don't know what their own patterns are. They may have suspicions about how they rule on certain things, but they really don't have that data themselves. And I think as we get better about predicting and automating stuff, there's going to be increasing standardization. So one of the things you may see is that no longer is there a 30 percentage point spread between judges in a given district, because they're going to start to recognize that that's not very fair to the people in court. Just if you get randomly assigned and in one judge you have a 30% better chance of winning than another, that's not very fair, and they're going to try to move towards standardization and automation and, of technology that makes that feasible, that helps everybody get to a level playing field, and that helps advise courts about how they've ruled in the past and what standard and what the norms are, is going to help them be more systematic and standard in their approach to ruling on things. So all of those areas are quite exciting. They're going to be driven by this confluence of firms and companies and the courts themselves. And as Dan said, I think the progress in this space is going to be increasingly rapid. The data is going up, the costs of processing the data are going down, there's an increasing amount of investment in this space. And while I think over the next 3 to 5 years, you're going to see lots of improvements, but it may not be transformational. Over the next 10 to 15 years, I truly do think there's going to be some transformational changes in this space. So thank you. I'm Daniel Lewis, and I don't know if there's time for questions, but we'll see.
Thank you very much, Daniel. It has been very interesting also. Thank you also for being so obedient with the time. That is, I am very persuaded on it. Of course, it's time for you to ask any question to him, but I will take some advantage of being here. And I would like to ask you something. Yesterday night, we were having dinner with some of the speakers, and everyone was very interested and very persuaded about the importance of predicting and also the technology that will be implemented in order to get that. But the question was, is it that expensive? I am not asking for a figure, but it will be expensive. It will be very democratized and very common in the nearest years in some European countries like Spain?
In terms of getting access to data in the first place? Access to the data is expensive. It's one of the hurdles that has been blocking a lot of progress in the United States. And it's gotten better, but we've had to invest millions of dollars in this partnership with Harvard to digitize case law for our own uses. I hope that nobody else ever has to do that again. We're making our data available in a variety of ways for people to work with. But there's a lot of information in the court system that still only exists in paper format that's not really free and open. So there's some really important initiatives going on in the United States to make data more accessible. The government needs to do a better job of making it open and easily worked with in a machine-readable format. I hope that as other countries start to learn from our experience, they can leapfrog this and go straight to giving better access to the data, because that truly is what underpins a lot of technology development.
Okay. Any questions from the public? Yeah, we got one person there. So.
Hi. Sorry. It's more of a line of thought than a question, perhaps.
Bring the microphone to your mouth.
Yeah, I completely share with you the view that many of the tasks that we as lawyers do, I'm an in-house counsel and a professor here at IE, many of the tasks we carry out are, in fact, things that can be standardized, that can be then perhaps automated. And I think that all these tools are very useful. However, as in-house counsel, so someone who doesn't practice in a court of law necessarily every day, I find that most of my work, and perhaps the most valuable part of my work, is precisely counseling, what I call horse whispering, if you want. The story is all of those skills that I may have, as many of my colleagues here, to counsel, have been acquired precisely by years of repeating all of those tasks that now are going to be automated. So it kind of worries me a little bit that perhaps this part of what we do that cannot be substituted by machines, or perhaps not just now, may be progressively eroded if we do implement all these things, which I believe are also an advantage. And I think that presents us with a challenge, not only as lawyers, but as educators as well. And I'd like to know, do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, there's Mark Andreessen is a well-known venture capitalist based out in Silicon Valley, and he was making an interesting point recently, which is in the media and in the tech press, for the last 10 years, from say 2005 to 2015, there was a lot of stories around tech was doing very simple, stupid things. There was a lot of social media development, a lot of picture sharing apps. Nothing of consequence was being built. And then in the last year, you had this flip, and the stories were instead the total opposite, which is technology is going too fast, robots are going to replace everybody's job, and we're all going to be out of work. And his point, which I think is the right one, is that shift is bizarre to see being made so extreme, and the answer is somewhere in between. So I approach this from a sense of extreme optimism, actually. I come from a family of lawyers. Both parents are lawyers. An older brother is a lawyer. A younger brother is just graduating from Stanford Law. So I think lawyers are going to have healthy careers for quite some time, and I think their jobs are actually going to get much more rewarding. I've given similar or different talks to students at a bunch of schools talking about how being a lawyer today is actually one of the worst jobs. People are more unhappy being lawyers than they are being call center workers. Some lawyers, not everybody. Obviously, lots of people have great legal jobs. But some lawyers' jobs are so bad that this is the kind of rote work that I think automating it will free them up to do higher value work. And I think there's going to be plenty of that work to do. And Dan's point about the size of the market is also an interesting one. If you looked just at legal information as a space, depending on how you count it, it's a $6 billion industry or a $20 billion industry. But the legal services market is actually a $400, $500 billion a year industry. And I think it's pretty fair to say that that's actually undersized. There's a lot of legal need that's not yet being met. So I think there's space to grow the pie. I think there's a lot of interesting work out there. And I'm not too worried about technology going so fast that it's going to put people out of jobs. I think instead it's going to transform their jobs, but make it better.
I wasn't so worried about taking jobs as much as educating lawyers. I mean, the fact that we spend so many years, the first years of our professional lives, doing all these things, and the kind of knowledge, what we call the critique that gives us. We've failed so often, or we've bored ourselves to death so often, that we kind of know. And then those are soft skills that you kind of develop through doing. Yeah. And as a member of the faculty here, I just wanted to share that thought. The fact that these legal solutions or technical solutions, technological solutions are going to be implemented, and we need them, and I agree that we need them, presents us with a great challenge. Is how do we form our lawyers in their soft skills if they don't go through all these years of ordeal and bad living you're referring to?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't have a crystal ball, obviously, and nobody does, but I think one of the places that most U.S. law schools are trying to move towards is a much more practical hands-on education, trying to move away from theory and towards how do we make people practice ready so they can hit the ground running. And I think actually taking legal data and legal analytics and incorporating it in the education can help facilitate that. So for example, you could build a curriculum around instead of just teaching lawyers in law school about what a motion for summary judgment is and giving them one example, you could say, look, let's look at the data, let's look at a judge and think about how would you craft an argument tailored to this judge based on all of this legal data. Let's situate you in this imaginary world in practice where you have all this data at your fingertips, and now you're trying to advise the client about what to do because there's costs, there's benefits, there's different ways you can make the argument. So I think there's a lot of room for creativity in the legal education process, but I think analytics can play a role in helping put people into more practice-ready situations.
Thank you.
Any other question? Over there, yeah.
Hi. I'm very curious to understand or to hear your opinion about the actual adoption of these technologies, because I'm not a lawyer myself, and from outside, the perception is that it's not an industry that is really keen to adopt technologies. And also, what this adoption will mean to the business. There will be new, like a Google of law firm, or there will be like a change in the business model, how you charge your customers. So I'm curious to understand.
Yeah, I'd say adoption of new technology in general at firms is slow, disappointingly slow. There's several factors there. One is lawyers' mentality. They bill by the hour. They don't necessarily go out and look for new technology. They don't really have big teams within their organizations that are great at doing that either, or that have a dedicated mission to bringing new technology in. There's business model challenges, which I think have really hampered the industry. Still in the US, you can't have firms share their profits with non-lawyers. So there's a variety of factors. I think the technology adoption has been slow. I don't have a silver bullet for it. I think part of it needs to come from how these firms are structured in the first place, because they don't have great incentives in place to measure what technology can do for them and to value it in the way that they could. And in valuing it, to change their business practices and really reimagine how they provide services.
Last question.
Hello. As you said, there will be better predictability of cases and all this stuff. And I wanted to know if you expect counter-reaction from the judicial systems of all over the world to this improvement in predictability, because if it gets as accurate as I think it will be, I think it also will have consequences in this system.
Yeah, it's, we've heard a variety of reactions from judges. We spoke with one judge who's on the California Supreme Court who was very enthusiastic, and he said, look, part of our problem is when lawyers come in front of us, they only have 15 minutes in which to make their argument, and we would love them to be able to identify the issues that we care about most and spend their time arguing about that versus other things. And because we can't tell them in advance what we care about, they don't know it, and oftentimes they're sort of missed the mark. So that's one side of the reaction, which is, yes, better understanding how judges and courts rule can help lawyers be more effective and can better serve judges who don't have the ability to tell lawyers what to do. You know, I think the other side of the reaction is a reasonable one too, and that reaction is every case is different. You can't automate this stuff. And I do agree with that. I don't think the law is something that's going to be fully automated. It's not going to be run by robots. But I think where that misses the mark a little bit is in a failure to understand the nuance of how this can help judges make better decisions and make more informed decisions. And I think as these technologies become a bit more common, as the ways in which they can help judges with more information, exposing biases, exposing stereotypes that they didn't know they had, I think in general that'll probably be pretty well received, but it's not going to happen overnight. So one of the neat things about law is that the older you are, the more valuable you are, the more experience you have. And it's something that it's worth noting, because in software it's the total opposite actually. Engineers, as they get older, typically there's a bias against them. If you're 65, nobody assumes that you're up to date with all the latest technology. If you're a 65-year-old lawyer, you're in your golden years. People want to hire you, and that's when you're charging $1,000 an hour. So lawyers serve for a long time. There's a really long generations in turnover, which I think is one of the reasons why tech adoption is a bit slow. So that's one of the challenges that the industry kind of has to grapple with, is there's a generation today that's much more confident with technology than a generation that's also serving right now, but it's 40 years older.
I'm sure that there are many other questions. Daniel, once again, thank you very much for being with us today. Don't run away, because we wait for you for the round table. And thank you again for being here. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
And we got some time now for the third roundtable, or sorry, for the third keynote speaker, who is Owen Bird. He is an entrepreneur. He is the general counsel of Lex Machina, and let's say that he owns a title that is amazing, that is the chief evangelist of the company. So Owen, welcome to the IELAW second edition, and the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. My name is Owen Bird. I am the Chief Evangelist and General Counsel of Lex Machina. And that is usually causes a stutter step among lawyers when I say I'm the chief evangelist. They say, what is this, religion? But where I'm from in Silicon Valley, it has become common for technology companies to have someone who goes out and spreads the good word about the use of the technology. So between that and I really am un abogado, I play both roles. I came here to present to you our experience as a successful legal technology startup, and how we fit into the universe of legal technology companies in the United States. And I made a deck to do that. But I have a surprise. I'm going to take a risk. On the flight over, I had a chance to look at some slides that my colleague Josh Becker, our CEO, presented literally last week here in Madrid to a group of senior executives from a large global conglomerate called Relics, which is the parent company now of Lex Machina. And I thought they were so good and helped tell our story so well that I'm going to take a risk here and fly without a net and present the other guy's deck. So we'll see how that goes. What he titled it is Moneyball for Law. And what that means is that we try to enable lawyers to do in law what so many coaches and managers now do in sports. In the United States, in baseball, statistics were deployed to try and increase the ability of a team to score an extra run and win the game. And that story got told in a book and later a movie based on the book that was called Moneyball. So instead of it being baseball, it was called Moneyball because they deployed the money to get players who had skills that maybe had been overlooked by other teams, but those skills were revealed through statistical analysis to be enormously valuable to winning. So we like to talk about what we do at Lex Machina as enabling lawyers to play Moneyball for law. We claim, of course, that every law firm in the United States needs Lex Machina because the application of data and data-driven analytics is increasingly mission critical to both the business and the practice of law. And I want to stop there and say that what we call the application of data and data-driven analytics is an important way to think about this. I understand that the title of this conference includes the term AI, and I'm from Silicon Valley. Those self-driving Google cars, they're now driving around my neighborhood. I'm as excited and enthusiastic an early adopter of technology as anyone. But I want to read you a quote that I just came across last week at a different conference, and it comes from a man named Kurt Keitzer, who's the professor of computer science at Berkeley. He said, "It's only AI when you don't know how it works. Once you know how it works, it's just software." We provide legal software that takes advantage of our specialized set of legal data, and we believe that all lawyers and law firms in the future are going to need to take advantage of similar software and similar data. And the other piece of this that is important to note is that I'm talking about both the business and the practice of law. Daniel had a slide where he broke down the way a lawyer spends time: research, drafting, administration, many other things. But I think that slide showed a breakdown of the amount of time that a lawyer spends on what we'll call the practice of law. Most lawyers also have to spend a lot of time on the business of law, which is you don't get to try the case unless you first land the client. And we have discovered that even though we've built our legal analytics system to enable people to win the case, that it is equally important to our customers, to the lawyers who use our product, to use the product to impress the potential client so they get the client in the first place and can get paid to then win the case. That's what we mean by the business and practice of law. And who is doing this? Well, lawyers throughout the legal ecosystem in the United States, in both major law firms and at companies. Now, I said lawyers at law firms use the data to both be involved in the business of law and the practice of law. In other words, get the case, win the case. That's reversed if you're in a law department at a big company that uses Lex Machina, where they're using the data to choose who to hire. In the old days, I'm a general counsel, I'm an in-house lawyer. In the old days, if my company has a dispute, who do I hire? Well, my friend I went to law school with, he's a good guy and he's represented me before, I think I'll hire him. Not anymore. I can mine the data and see exactly who has the right experience and the right track record of success in front of this judge with this kind of matter and hire that lawyer instead. So we are disrupting the business of law and the dance between the company hiring the lawyer and the law firm that's getting hired as much as we are disrupting what goes on in the courtroom. We are fortunate in that we are 8 or 10 years into this journey, and so now we actually have data from the market about how lawyers are employing legal analytics. And we've got lots of them who have said, at this point, it's a must-have. So what do we mean by driving data-driven legal decisions? It's certainly where we are, but it's not where we started, and here is where I want to speak to the entrepreneurs in this audience, the impresarios. Here's where I want to talk about our story of legal entrepreneurship in hopes that I inspire your own. We started, weirdly for Silicon Valley, as a public interest project at Stanford Law School, where Daniel went to school. A professor of patent law there had an idea, which is he was writing all these papers about patent law and analyzing the direction of the development of the common law. But he said, what if we could do something more empirical? What if we could assemble an electronic set of patent litigation events and outcomes and use that to shed light on what is actually going on in the patent litigation system? So he went out to a bunch of Silicon Valley tech companies and big law firms and raised $3 million in donations, not investment, but just donations, just as IE solicits donations to support its programs like this. And they built a project, and it was called the Intellectual Property Litigation Clearinghouse. And they coded up some cases, and they put it on the web in an effort to serve the needs of academics and students. But then, interestingly, patent litigators who were out practicing patent law got wind of this data being online, and they started writing into Stanford and say, can I have a user account? I want to take a look at this data. So as often happens in Silicon Valley and at Stanford, a light bulb went off. And someone said, hey, I think there's a business here. And so we get to claim the same heritage of having emerged from Stanford as Google and 1,000 other businesses in Silicon Valley. So in 2010, we spun out as a private venture with a little bit of venture backing, and we got lucky. In the United States, patent reform had been a topic in front of our Congress for many years. In 2011, the very next year, the first major patent reform legislation in 40 years passed, and the president signed it into law. In that bill, our Congress told an agency of the government, we want you to study trends in patent litigation and report back to us in the Congress about these trends. That agency surveyed all the data that was the data providers available in order to do the work mandated by the Congress, and they chose us, which when you're a struggling startup, desperate for the oxygen of attention, was a very big coup. So then we took what we brought with us from Stanford, which was really a pretty modest beta product, which is a generous way of saying it wasn't really ready for prime time. But we started selling subscriptions to it, and we sold subscriptions to law firms and to corporate law departments. But then in 2012, we realized that we would have to rebuild our platform if we ever wanted to create something that could expand rapidly out of patent litigation into all areas of litigation. So we did that, and in 2013, we launched what we call Custom Insights. We added coverage for trademark law and copyright law. And in 2015, we were acquired by LexisNexis. And even though we still think of ourselves as a spunky legal tech startup from Silicon Valley, all of a sudden at these conferences, they treat us like the grandfather, because we were one of the first legal tech companies to have this successful experience of being acquired by a very big incumbent in the space. And what that has allowed us to do is to accelerate our growth and move us faster toward fulfilling our vision to bring legal analytics to all of the law. So we rolled out coverage for securities law and for antitrust law. And here's a little bit more about that story, because that product that we brought with us from Stanford was really a reference product. It was in response to these requests for more clear data, but it wasn't really something that was ready for prime time. And we didn't have a whole lot of paying customers. We were really struggling in those first couple of years, and as is the case in many many technology startups, there were many near-death moments. Our graphics were what we say almost useful, but we were running out of money. So we set three huge goals. We're going to shift from an engineering-centric culture to a customer-centric culture. And we were going to talk to our customers and build whatever they wanted us to build, not what we thought they needed. Second, we had to move our product from almost useful to a must-have. It has to be something that once lawyers are aware of it, they realize they simply cannot practice law and engage in the business of law without it, and make it actionable, meaning something that provided information that lawyers could act on right away once they had it. So what did we do? We talked to lots and lots of lawyers and law librarians and others in the market. We did interviews. We observed them using it. We analyzed that data. And we used our customers, we watched how our customers used the product, and what they did most of the time was use the analytics to develop a list of cases that were relevant to their use. And so we thought, what if we could generate that case list for them? And we thought about, how did this work? What are the analogs from other industries, okay? So obviously in credit scores, for example, or in retail, as Dan Katz talked about with Amazon, or the baseball example that I gave from Moneyball, or say in oil exploration, where you move from how can I change my drilling plans to minimize time that we're down, to how do we use a terabyte of data per oil well every day to maximize production. So we tried to think like other analytics-driven companies in other professions. And in order to then implement that thinking, we had to completely re-architect our team. We examined our strengths and weaknesses. We understand where the expanded capability was needed. We hired a former classmate of Daniel's at Stanford Law School, who was also an engineer by background, who had experience in analytics and AI. And the team came back to us and said, we've got, if this company is going to succeed, we have to re-architect the product. Well, when you're a young company and you barely have enough money to keep the door open, and you're trying as hard as you can just to sell what you've got right now, to decide we've got to completely rebuild from scratch what we have if we're ever going to get to where we want to go is a heart-stopping moment. But we did. And we re-architected the product in order to make it flexible. We wanted a flexible development environment where we reduced the code complexity, and we created the ability to add new features much more quickly. We wanted a modern search infrastructure that was easy to use and that was scalable. We sent our engineers who were writing in Python to an annual conference called PyCon, where they learned about Elasticsearch and other technologies that we've deployed. And then we wanted it to be actionable. We wanted a state-of-the-art visualization infrastructure because we knew, as Dan and Daniel have mentioned, that we lawyers, and I am one so I can say this, we're not always the first movers when it comes to enthusiasm for technology. And we've asked lawyers to make a huge behavior change with by using our product. See, we lawyers are used to thinking about legal research. And what do we do when we get up in our career? We assign legal research to librarians, to young associate lawyers. Bring me here's my question, go research it and bring me the answer. With Lex Machina's legal analytics, we don't do that. We only sell practice-wide deployments. We train lawyers to leave the tab for Lex Machina open in their browser all day long and return to it and use it themselves for two reasons. Number one, it's faster because this thing is so simple to use. If you can book a plane flight online, you can use our system. And so it's easy to use and it's faster to get the question yourself. But just as importantly, if you're not putting fingers on the keyboard yourself, you're not even going to know what question to ask. And you're so used to thinking about legal research, what direction is the development of the common law heading, or what statute or what rule applies to this case, that you don't even acculturate yourself to thinking in analytics and thinking about, can I make a data-driven decision about the judge, about how the opposing party is likely to behave, about how the opposing lawyer is likely to behave? Can I layer that onto my traditional legal research and traditional legal reasoning and supplement them with analytics to be a Moneyball lawyer? You can only do that if you know how to use the stuff and use it yourself. So we had to make it actionable with easy graphics. So in 2013, we created this caseless analyzer, and I said, just like booking an airline flight online, what you do is you just go down the checkboxes. I want to leave in the morning. I want to go nonstop. I want to arrive by such a time. Same thing. I want trademark cases. I want trademark cases before this judge. I want trademark cases before this judge where there was a motion for an order for summary judgment. So I can narrow down the list of cases that relate to my case. And then what we call the easy button. We developed apps. We watched lawyers use our product, and we said, we got to make this easier. One great commentator in the legal librarian and author has said, lawyers don't want a power plant. They just want the light switch. We try to deliver a light switch. And so we've made our product even easier to use by rolling out apps. And by apps, I don't mean the little squares on your phone. What I mean are the easy button applications where you can very quickly answer questions about the judges or the opposing parties, or say the patents if it's a patent law case. Very, very key element of successful legal tech entrepreneurship is build an easy button, or otherwise lawyers won't use it. So for the first 9 years, which has been a long journey, we did legal analytics for intellectual property law. We started in patent, we added copyright, we added trademark. After we were acquired by LexisNexis, we added antitrust coverage and securities coverage. But all of those were really just proof points. All of those were just our attempt to prove the value of legal analytics to a litigator and to suggest that if we had the resources, we could bring analytics to all of the law. And that's what we're doing right now. I will make an announcement here at this conference, which is that hopefully next month, we will be releasing legal analytics for commercial law, which is the basis, the largest sector of litigation activity in the United States federal legal system. And we will have these analytics on judges and lawyers and parties and so on available for commercial law, and later this year for employment law, another very large practice area, as well as product liability and bankruptcy. We hope in the following year or two to deliver analytics for all of US federal law and begin to move into attacking individual states in the United States. And whether we start with California, where I'm from, or New York, or maybe Delaware, where many companies are incorporated, who knows? But what we do is we make sure that our decisions about where we go next are serving a large market. When I joined Lex Machina, one of the first things I did was, in the spirit of a business school case study, I looked at how LexisNexis itself got started in moving legal research from books to computers. And they very carefully didn't try to boil the ocean or be all things to all people. They provided computerized legal research for big law firms first. What we've done is attack now big areas of the law where there's extraordinarily high value and therefore a willingness to pay a lot by law firms and corporate law departments. Because if we can do that, we will then get to the point where we fulfill our vision to bring analytics to all of the law, which we think has a public interest mission, going all the way back to where we started at Stanford. We really do want to, do good and do well. We're a private commercial venture. We exist to make a lot of money, but we also believe that the transparency and openness that analytics brings to the law increases justice. If law is nothing more than the sum total of all the disputes and transactions that lawyers engage in, and we can help bring openness, transparency, efficiency to the resolution of those disputes, maybe that helps bend the curve a little more toward justice. So, 4 key lessons. Analytics is transforming most industries and professions. Moneyball. Since we are in Europe, I will have to come up with the equivalent of Moneyball for football. Commit to a customer-driven, agile product team, one that is only inspired by one question, which is, what does the customer want? 3, hire great people and make sure they keep learning. And 4, invest in technology that gives the flexibility to meet customers' needs. So that is not my presentation. That is the presentation that was intended to just be for internal use that my CEO delivered to senior executives in our company last week here in Madrid. Where I want to finish is I'm not going to do this all over again and present the deck that I brought with me intending to show you. All I want to do is capture a couple of these slides and make sure that you're aware of these trends. You've heard it from the other 2 speakers that the legal services industry is going through wrenching change and wrenching transition. This is looking at the AmLaw, the biggest 100 firms in the US, and their revenue growth. It is steeply tailing off for the biggest 100, but also tailing off for firms 101 through 200 as well. So they're going to have to deploy technology and re-architect how they deliver services if they want to continue to remain economically viable. Some very big firms in the US have gone out of business in the past few years, and only 8% of law firm leaders are highly confident in their firm's ability to keep pace with changes. The drivers, you heard the other speakers. There's an erosion of demand for lawyers, which is permanent. Business is lost at law firms to in-house counsel. Clients demand more efficiency and transparency, and clients are demanding that lawyers be technologically competent. You've seen that slide. We think what we're doing is a very big deal. I'm not going to say it's Gutenberg level deal, but it's a pretty big deal, because how did lawyers access legal information? Published opinions and statutes and so on. Well, there was the printing press, then it moved online, now there's legal analytics. We talked about winning both business and cases using data and analytics. And this is just some examples, and why I wanted to finish with a couple of these slides I meant to present, is just to give you a glimpse of what it looks like to be able to quickly see who are your competitors, who are their clients, who else represents your clients. How do you differentiate in the guts of the data in order to make a presentation that is compelling to a prospect, say, yes, I want to hire you and your law firm to represent me. We do all kinds of analytics. I talked about, making this stuff graphical and easy to absorb. These are called box plots. It's just a way of looking at medians, median time to, in this case, time to dismissal of a lawsuit, comparing 3 different law firms. More people who love us. It's a workflow tool. I said you keep the tab open in the desktop and you use it every day. Well, there are many, many different ways in which access to that information helps a lawyer day to day. So I've shown you that. We're up to 50 of the top 100 law firms who have this deployed with the tab open in every lawyer's browser across the practice groups that we serve. That means we've moved from the early adopter types who live in places, who like me live in places like Silicon Valley, and we are, to use a famous Silicon Valley term, we are crossing the chasm. We are moving from the early adopters now to the broad deployment of this technology. So I want to stop there. I want to thank you for listening to me, as well as to my 2 friends who preceded me. The 3 of us end up on a lot of stages together, and I'm sure I can speak for them when I say we are all very grateful to be here and for your interest and attention. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have some time before the coffee break for some questions from the public. So we are open to this now. Any question? Yeah. No? Well,
I'll bet the 3 of us will be happy to answer questions at the break.
I got one question for you. I mean, I have been taking some notes from your speech, and I have written something not as euphemistic as you, but says, like, lawyers do not like technology. So take that in mind. How do you persuade somebody in order to embrace this new technology that will make them to be more efficient and get better results?
You noticed I used a couple of analogies. I said if you can book an airline ticket online, you can use Lex Machina. I found, or I use Moneyball, where they're familiar with, the sports analogy. Number 1 is analogies. You got to speak in language people can hear. When we spun out of Stanford, we started by talking about, what was it called? Legal informatics. That's a big mouthful. It took us 2 years to come up with legal analytics, which we then trademarked, but we're glad everyone else uses it too. We want to be like the Kleenex of tissue. And so language is critical. Secondly, ease of use. Pretty graphics, easy buttons, apps, really easy to use. But the most important piece, as important as language and as important as ease of use, is deliver value. I've had literally dozens of lawyers say to me after they use this for a while and I see them later, how's it going? I don't know how I practiced law before without this, and I can't imagine practicing law without it now. I use it all day long. It impresses my clients. It helps me win my cases. It helps me land those clients. I've had young lawyers say to me, this is going to make my career. I'm going to be the one in my associate class at the law firm who's going to climb that pyramid and end up being the partner in the law firm because I'm the Moneyball lawyer. I'm the one for whom analytics works. So speaking language people can hear, ease of use, deliver huge value. And then for some, they're just dinosaurs, and dinosaurs die out.
Any question? We got some question there.
Hi. You said before that lawyers were not very friendly with technology, right?
Some.
Some.
Most.
Most, I think. I'm doing a
People my
special
age.
master in new technologies and law, and you know we are not best friends. And maybe is it possible that because of this reason, maybe soon in the States, maybe earlier because it's a more advanced country in these issues, or maybe in Europe, that the social pressure and the needs of population makes the liberalization of the profession, of the lawyers, maybe not in criminal law, that is maybe more sensible, but in administrative issues, or
We think it will. We think that demand for the benefits that technology brings to the clients, the people who need legal services, will be a huge driver. We just launched something called our Legal Tech Accelerator. We have a half dozen legal tech startups that we are now mentoring, and they are working out of our offices, and they're working on lots of different subject matter. You know, one is trying to make it easier for two people who are divorcing to do it themselves, because at least in the United States, most people going through divorce never even get a lawyer. So they've made a technology platform that makes it easier for those two people to divorce each other using the technology themselves. There's another startup that is creating a tagging system for documents, because most big law firms, if they're being honest, will admit that their internal document sets are a mess. And a lawyer sits down to write a motion to file with the court and wants to start with the motion that his very same law firm filed in front of that very same lawyer 2 months ago, and they literally can't find it on the hard drive. So this startup is trying to create a doc tagging system to make that easier. Just a couple of examples. I just joined the advisory board of a startup that I'm very excited about called Upsolve, which is trying to help people navigate through personal bankruptcy court more easily. Because just like those people who are divorcing usually don't have a lawyer, people who declare personal bankruptcy usually don't have a lawyer. So another example of where technology can be deployed to meet the demand of clients for better results and experience in the justice system.
Any other question? No? So the magic words are coffee break. I encourage you to use the kinetic screen that we got over there, where most of the predictions that we have been discussing are all together there, and we will be back in around 30 minutes, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sun hide in the clouds. Sun of the morning is here to drag me down. Rain, come down. Tears fall down from my eyes and drip all around. Oh, love, love is just don't forgive. I miss my love so bad that I can't believe doesn't make no sense without my love. No mercy for me. You've broken my heart and dignity. You walked out my door with no sorrow, leaving me alone as can be. No mercy for me. You've broken my heart, why can't you see? What reason to leave? No mercy for me.
Con esto ya me oyen estos, ¿no?
Oh, love, love,
Eric,
just don't
¿cómo les oigo yo?
forgive. I miss my love so bad that I can't believe. Sky above doesn't make no sense without my love. No mercy for me. You've broken my heart and dignity. You walked out my door with no sorrow, leaving me alone as can be. No mercy for me. You've broken my heart, why can't you see? What reason to leave? No mercy for me. No mercy for me. You've broken my heart and dignity.
Hello,
You walked
can you
out
hear
my
me?
door with no sorrow,
It's Sergio here. How are you? Pablo? Good, good. Okay.
You've broken my heart, why can't you see? What reason to
Hello. Okay. You are the only people that are going to connect via Hangout, okay? You are the only two people who are going to be Okay. Gary. How are you? ¿Podemos cambiar la cámara y poner la webcam? ¿O no? Mejor que no. Cambiar. Cambiar la cámara. Quiero que me vean. Que vean al Paulito. ¿Dónde está el Paulito? ¿Ven a quién? Pues, ¿la otra cámara? Tiene que venir. Sí. Can you see me? Hello. Okay, we are waiting for Alejandro. Hold on a second.
The clouds came a-creeping. You got me weeping this morning. I can't believe you're really gonna leave this town. Everyone knows I can't make a move without you.
Okay, let me introduce Alejandro.
Upside down. And I get a feeling that I've seen.
Sorry, it's quite difficult because I am also with the microphone. So thank you very much for you all for being available for today. As you know, can you listen to me? Okay, great, thank you. So basically, we got like 7 elevator pitch. 4 of you will be connected remotely. In the order, I mean, I got it here, so we can review it right now with you. But basically, you will intervene at the very beginning, and later on, we got 3 more people that will be speaking just from here. Okay, so I mean, everything has been said over the emails. My main idea is that you can show what you have been doing in your specific project, and feel free to express it whatever you understand. Okay? Yeah. Well, I am not sure it will be working. Let me check.
technical people here are saying that it is not very easy for us to keep the technical issues on remote. So if you can, I know that it is not the same, but if you can just express and describe the project, but not going through the demo, we will appreciate that. Sorry for this. Well, it's supposed that you have like 8 minutes, but no one is respecting the time, okay? So it's about 7, 8 minutes, and later on, everyone here in the public or somebody on the social network will make some questions to you. And if not, I will ask you. So 4 rounds, it will be 10 minutes each. Just wait a second, because the technicians are also trying to say something. Yeah. Well, the order is the following. First one will be Pablo. Okay. Next one would be Guringer. Third one would be Jay. Perfect. And what about Jay? Okay, so sorry, because one of the guys who will be connecting is not available now. So the final order will be first Pablo, second Gurinder, third one will be Jose Fernando, and later on it will be people right here in the event. Okay? Well, although all of you are very handsome, they asked you to put quite far from the camera, okay? So like Gurinder is doing right now, or Pablo. I mean, all of you are doing good. Pablo is the best, according to them. I prefer girls, but I could agree. Okay. Okay. I mean, there are 100 people here following you, and also on the streaming much more people. So the issue. That will be great. That will be great. Okay. Jose, it seems that your connection is not very good. So if you could join any kind of wire instead of Wi-Fi, it could be better. No, that's for Jose. The other connections are okay. Okay, we will try. If not, we will pass it to the next one and go back to you at the end, okay? But the connection is the worst we have here. But we can listen to you. Maybe the image is not very clear, but the other, the sound and the voice is okay. Okay? Okay, so thank you very much for your time, and we have just started the break. In around 20-25 minutes, we will be back to you. I will make a very brief introduction and go straight away to the presentations. Okay? Thank you, guys.
Que je te prenne, que je te traîne, que je te joue sur mon piano, que je t'allume, que je t'éteigne, que je te couche sur le dos. Oui, mais ce soir, c'est pas la peine, je suis la Vénus du mélo. Avec ton grand corps qui baille, tendre animal, doux paresseux, ton petit sourire qui trouve la faille, craque le premier de nous deux. Viens si tu veux, que je te prenne, que je te traîne, que je te joue sur mon piano, que je t'allume, que je t'éteigne, que je te couche sur le dos, que je te prenne, que je t'étreigne, que je te joue sur mon piano, que je t'allume, que je t'éteigne. Je suis la Vénus du Milo. Je suis la Vénus du Milo.
Got no money, but I got something going. Ain't so wise, but I know something worth knowing. Oh yeah, a fistful of dollars don't make a man a man. It's something more precious than your gold. A man's got the world in his hands with a handful of soul. Soul is rather like a fourth dimension. Yes, it is. It's your heart, your mind, your words, yours, and then some. Some giving, some taking, even some making. Is love running hot or running cold? But leave it and see what you got with a handful of soul. Handful of soul. If you have to ask, you really don't know what soul is. But the recipe is older than old is. Some giving, some taking, even some aching. It's love running hot or running cold. But live it and see what you get with a handful of soul. Yeah. I keep telling you I ain't got no money, but I've got something going.
Bastante espectacular y sobre todo lo que me interesa es probar si se acopla o no se acopla. ¿Enciendo el micro? ¿Sí? ¿Me dejas dictar? La tecnología del reconocimiento de voz es nueva, y por tanto, cambiará la forma de trabajar de muchos.
A man's got the world in his hands with a handful of soul. Yeah.
After you've gone and left me crying, after you've gone, there's no denying. Someday, when you grow lonely, your heart will break like mine, for you want me only. After you've gone away. After you've gone and left me crying, after you've gone, there's no denying. You feel blue, you feel sad. You miss the dearest pal that you've ever had. There'll come a time, don't you forget it. There'll come a time when you'll regret it. Someday when you'll grow lonely, your heart will break like mine, for you want me only. After you've gone away.
trailing the rails, roaming the seas, like the birdies that sing in the trees, pleasing to live, living to please. The sky is the only roof I have over my head, and when I'm weary, Mother Nature makes me a bed. I'm just going along as I please, breezing along with the breeze. Just breezing along with the breeze, trailing the rails, roaming the seas, like the birdies that sing in the trees, pleasing to live, living to please. The sky is the only roof I have over my head, and when I'm weary, Mother Nature makes me a bed. I'm just going along as I please, breezing along with the breeze, breezing along with the breeze.
I get no kick from champagne. Mere alcohol doesn't thrill me at all. So tell me, why should it be true? I get a kick out of you. Some get their kicks from cocaine. I'm sure that if I took even one sniff, that would bore me terrifically too. Then I get a kick out of you. Da, 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 da. I get a kick every time I see you standing there before kick, though it's clear to me that you obviously do not adore me. I get no kick in a plane, flying too high with some gal in the sky is my idea of nothing to do. That I get a kick out of you. Get no kick from champagne. Mere alcohol doesn't thrill me at all. So tell me, why should it be true that I get a kick out of you? Some get their kicks from cocaine. I'm sure that if I took even one sniff, that would bore me terrifically too. That I get a kick out of you. Oh, I get a kick every time I see you standing there before me. I get a kick, though it's clear to me that you obviously do not adore me. I get no kick in a plane, flying too high with some gal in the sky is my idea of nothing to do. I get a kick, she gives me a boot. I get a kick out of you. Da-da-da-da.
I can't keep from crying sometimes. And I can't keep from crying sometimes. Mama, you know that she's dead and gone, and I am just all alone. I can't keep from crying sometimes.
We will begin the second part in 2 minutes, so please take your seats.
Oh mon amour, venu d'un conte de fées, comme mon prince charmant, tu m'as sauvé, sauvé des mauvais jours, d'une pomme empoisonnée.
So welcome back. Thank you again for being here. And now we have time for the second part of the event that is basically a kind of elevator pitch trying to bring here some experiences of people who have been working on technology very focused on the legal sector. We will have 4 people which unfortunately will not be here with us, but they will be joining us on the screens here. And later on, we will have 4 more people corresponding to 3 different projects here in Spain. We'll have Pablo Redondo connecting on remote, also Gurinder Sang connecting also on remote, Jay Mandal, Jose Fernando Torres, and we will have here with us Cristina Retana and Jose Medina, Jesus Maria Bocio, and Martí Manent. Basically, our idea here is, we have been going through different steps and different states of the art in terms of technology in the legal sector. And now we want to know and understand what are people doing in this specific sector. So we brought here some of the most relevant projects that are already in place in the worldwide scenario. Some of them are already implemented in Spain, but I would like to give the voice to all these people that will be sharing with us their ideas. The connecting word here is entrepreneurs, but you will understand that entrepreneurs do not only belong to those people who work in a garage. We got big companies who are innovating and who are in some way creating different approaches to traditional problems in the legal sector. I don't want to take much time of this, so I would like to introduce first speaker here, that is Pablo Redondo. He is Vice President of Case Text and Stanford Codes Fellow. So, Pablo, thank you very much for being available for us. And as you know, you have like 10 minutes to impress us on your project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all so much and good afternoon. Let me start by saying, es muy triste porque me llamo Pablo Redondo, pero no puedo hablar español porque nació in Massachusetts y no puedo practicar. So I'm very sorry. My father's very embarrassed about me, but it's just the state that I'm in. As was mentioned, I'm Vice President of Legal Research at CaseText, and what we build is legal research technology to help attorneys better find case law. And the thing that we do differently than all the other systems out there is that we use the context of the lawyer to establish more intuitive results and a more intuitive user experience. And let me be very specific by what I mean by context and how we get it. In American systems, every litigation begins by filing a complaint. And that complaint is now digitized information about the jurisdiction, the parties, the claims that are being brought, and a number of the facts. This begins the litigation record, which grows and grows and is specific to every case, right? Every time there's a litigation, there's a unique litigation record for that. And that information, the litigation record encodes a huge amount of information, almost the way a human genome, with DNA, will encode a huge amount of biological information. A litigation record encodes a huge amount of legal context. And so what we do is we data mine the litigation record, and then we couple it directly to the research system so that you get results that are tailored to the specific case that you're working on. Our flagship product right now is something called Kara. And what Kara lets you do is take a brief, any document, right? A 30-page document, 20-page, it doesn't matter. And the user interface is that you simply drag and drop it as a PDF. And we didn't want to risk a screen share, or I would show you. But all you need to do to trigger the system is take the brief as a PDF file or as a Word file and drag and drop it into the system. And then we data mine that brief, pull out all of the case citations, do a statistical analysis of the word distributions, and return to you case law that is not already cited, but is highly relevant to the brief. So it's a way to say, look, I've done my research with manual tools. I've done all the things that I can do. Let me see if I've missed something, right? And you can just drag and drop the document. And that interface, I think, as Owen mentioned, having a really simple interface is key. I'm sure Owen will understand, I say this respectfully, buying an airplane ticket is a horrible user experience, right? You have to constantly go and choose which city. You have to remember what your frequent flyer number is. There's actually, I wouldn't use buying an airplane ticket as sort of the gold standard of sort of what a user interface should be. And I think once you start to use the litigation record, you can do things that almost seem effortless, right? Because the information that your opposing counsel spent when they drafted a brief can be leveraged to bring you relevant case law. So this is sort of what we're working on. We just launched last year, and already a large number of law firms and courts have picked us up. And while I do agree that I think lawyers are sometimes slow to adopt technology, if you have technology that they immediately grasp and that requires no training, you're going to have a better go at it, right? Importantly, though, we don't just do automatically what a lawyer could do himself, right? In order to really add value and in order to find case law that attorneys miss, you have to sort of go beyond what the current tools do. And let me give a specific example of that. Currently, American common law, all the decisions cite to each other, right? There's a big, vast citation network. And traditional tools like Westlaw and Lexis have what's called citators. Shepard's is the famous one, that's sort of well known. And what Shepard's does is let you follow the direct citation path, right? You can go from case A and see what cases directly cite to case A. And that's quite useful, but it's only one type of citation relationship that's out there. What we do with Kara is we say, what about cases that don't cite directly to case A, but that appear alongside case A a lot? So what you have there is that judges have read both of these cases, and even though they don't cite to each other directly, the judge is going to include them together next to each other. And that's a very powerful type of, if you will, soft citation relationship that current tools overlook and have sort of a blind spot for, and that Kara uses. And as a result, what we hear from our users is that they're able to find case law that they missed despite a lot of effort. And so I think this is one example of the tools now that they don't replace sort of your Westlaw and your Lexis, but they certainly create a powerful supplement that you can use in addition to it as well. And then the other thing that happens when you start to take advantage of all of the information in the litigation record is that you can rank cases in a much more intuitive way. Right now, if there's a lawyer in Virginia working on a patent case, and he does a search for the word damages in the All Feds database, he's going to get the same list that an antitrust lawyer in California will get, right? Because the only thing the system is looking at is just the keyword that the lawyer provided. But of course, both of those attorneys want very different lists. And both of those attorneys are sitting next to a very different litigation record with a very different set of information encoded into it. And so what systems like Kara and like systems like Casetext are going to build allow is that when the Virginia lawyer working on the patent case types damages, he immediately sees patent case damages. And it can get more nuanced, right? If the patent concerns biotechnology, he'll see biotechnology patent cases at the top. And accordingly, if the guy in California who's doing antitrust law types damages, he'll see antitrust cases. And where this matters is that systems like the current tools that rely on the wisdom of the crowd really fall short of delivering the specific needs of an attorney who has a specific client, right? So prior to working in legal informatics, I was a patent litigator. And sometimes I would work on cases that involved biotechnology, right? DNA patents. And when I would do searches, the cases that came to the top would all be computer science patent cases. And the reason is that there's a lot more computers out there. There was a lot more litigation surrounding computers. And so those cases had more inbound citations, right? Those were the cases that everyone sort of talked about more. But that wisdom of the crowd was not wisdom for my purposes, right? It was actually a bias, a distraction away from what I wanted. And so what we need to do when we move forward with legal research, and what I think very strongly the future of legal research is going to be, is that everything you do is tailored for the specific matter that you're working on. And there have been other attempts to kind of get close to that, like you'll see something that you might call wisdom of the user, which is to say, look at what this lawyer does generally, right? He generally does patent litigation, so let's just put up patent litigation. But the problem there is that lawyers will sometimes have a very severe shift in context. So for instance, I would do pro bono cases, right? Attorneys in America are encouraged to take on cases for free in the interest of access to justice. And so very often I would put down my patent litigation and I would be doing a pro bono immigration case, right? Or even a criminal law case. And so any system that tried to like gauge me as a whole and tried to look at my overall pattern would still be returning patent cases even though I was now working on an immigration case. And so what I hope to convey, and really the main point of my sort of remarks here, and really of my work here, is that there's no better wisdom to couple your research engine to than the wisdom of the specific litigation that you're working on. And there's no better source of information for that than the litigation record itself. And that data mining that huge amount of information in the litigation record, which is currently being ignored by major tools, makes it so that the attorney doesn't have to write these really long Boolean strings, these long search connectors where they'll say patent and computer and semiconductor within sentence of, wafer, whatever they're trying to find. Instead, that information can all be gleaned directly from the record, and the attorney can either let case law be suggested automatically, or if they do need to focus on one thing, just type in the word of what they really care about without having to worry about providing the rest of the context. So that is the work that we're doing, and thank you all so much for a chance to tell you about it. If you go to casetext.com, the best way to experience this is to take a brief that you know about. Right now, it only works with American case law and briefs, and just drag and drop, release, and let Kara present to you information that is not already in the brief, but that is highly relevant to it. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Pablo, so much. It has been very interesting. Now we have some time for some questions for your project. Let's open the discussion. Do you have any question for him? I got a question. I mean, in the previous speeches, we have been discussing about the normal reaction in lawyers when they receive some innovation or some technology that could help them to make their work more efficient and more profitable. What is your view when you meet some lawyer, some law firm, and you offer the solution and you try to convey them the advantages of working with something like this?
So I feel like you've already lost if you have to try to convey it to them. If it's not immediately obvious to them, if they don't see immediately when you show them the demo, I get it, I see why this is useful, you haven't built a good enough product, right? You haven't brought something to the table, if you will. The Sequoia Capital, which is one of the sort of big VCs in America, they have an article about having what they call a provocative demo, which means a demo that as soon as you see it, you say, I get it, and wow, right? And I think a lot of the complaints about lawyers not liking technology or lawyers being slow are being made by people who haven't built a product that is so palpably better or so palpably adds value that then they need to go and talk about it and try to persuade them, right? It's almost like a joke, right? If you have to explain it, it's not gonna be funny. If you have to really talk about, if it's not apparent how your product helps, you're probably not gonna fare very well.
Okay, thank you. Any question here in the public? No questions? So, Pablo, again, thank you very much for being with us. If you have some time, please keep a little bit with us, so if there is any other question later on. We got the pleasure now to introduce Gurinder San. He is adjunct professor at Pennsylvania Law School. He's also founder and CIO for LeadIQ, and also founder of IntelliGIS, and a very proud Codex Fellow. So Gurinder, thank you very much for being with us, and you have your time to show us what you have been doing with artificial intelligence in the law sector. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking the time. So quick background, I've been in legal technology for 10 years. I'm a serial legal tech entrepreneur. My first startup, IntelliGIS, was acquired by Lexis in the biggest legal tech acquisition in the last 5 years. For my second startup, for LeadIQ, we're trying to solve them that lawyers don't like to talk about. Lawyers in the contractual area, so not litigation, but transactional work, deal work. It's something we don't talk about a lot, but lawyers make a lot of mistakes. Sometimes people catch it, sometimes they don't. And look, everyone's human, but I wanted to see if I can do something. And when you talk about mistakes, I want to convey that it's not necessarily the lawyer's fault either. So in the last 17 years, the average merger agreement has doubled in size. So what that means is either you have become 100% more effective lawyer than 17 years ago, or something has to give, right? Also, since the financial crisis, lawyers just don't have the same time they can spend on documents, right? So documents are bigger, you don't have much time, people make mistakes. So that is our mission, to help lawyers catch mistakes. I'm a professor at the University of Pennsylvania Law School, and luckily for me, we have a fantastic computer science faculty that are some of the world's best in natural language processing. And what they said is, hey, Gary, technology is caught up and you can help lawyers. So for LeadIQ, we've developed various tools that can help lawyers catch mistakes. So what do we mean by that? Well, one type of mistake is just simple proofreading errors. So things like, okay, your definitions don't make sense. You defined a term twice, or you have a cross-reference and it doesn't. And we have developed technology that can catch these issues. The second problem we're solving is ambiguities. So this is stuff when the sentence isn't clear. It's not black or white, it's gray. And people have a hard time catching these issues. So I'll give you an example. Let's say there's a contract between a Canadian company and an American company. Dollars or Canadian dollars. Or let's say the clause in a contract says you can do X or Y unless Z. So does Z apply to X? Does Z apply to Y, or both? It's not clear, it's ambiguous. As many people know, the problem with the English language is that ambiguities are a feature, not a bug of the English language. So what that means is each word typically has multiple meanings. And as a professor in Harvard explained to me, that's a good thing, because otherwise the vocabulary would just increase exponentially, right? So it's not a problem in day-to-day conversation. If you're texting somebody or you're talking to somebody, they will try to interpret what you say in a meaning that makes sense. Unfortunately, for legal drafting, you have to assume an adversarial interpretation, i.e., you have to look at a sentence and say, how can somebody interpret this in a negative fashion? And that's very hard for human beings to do. So we have developed technology that can catch various lexical, syntactic, and semantic ambiguities. The third issue we're tackling is just drafting and judgment calls. So your capacity to review a document is a function of two things. It's a function of A, your know-how, what do you know, and B, your recall. So your ability to actually recall those issues. Look, no one is perfect, no one knows every issue. Secondly, look, if you're reviewing a document, you could have other things on your mind, you could be sick. There's several reasons where you may not recall every issue. So what's the solution to that? Well, the solution is checklists, right? So in astronauts, they use checklists, pilots use checklists, surgeons use checklists. If you're a lawyer, you have a mental checklist of things you should look for. But again, people are human. So we've also now developed technology that can read the obligations and contracts. So we have developed checklists. So if you're reviewing a confidentiality agreement, you're reviewing a merger agreement, our software can analyze the document for issues that you may have missed. So think of it as a backstop. So these are the various technologies that we have built and are working on. Our view is that documents are complex. They're not getting less complex. They're going to get even harder. And lawyers just don't have the time or the resources that they used to. So technology can play a very powerful role in helping lawyers do their job better. Thank you.
Thank you, Gurinder. Very interesting also. I don't know if we have any questions here in the public for Gurinder. No? Okay. So I got mine. And basically, this is something that has been repeated along all this event, that is how technology is helping lawyers in doing their work. And you also emphasize in speaking about how technology can help. But my question is flipping the coin. So how do you expect that technology is going, it should be the case, if the technology is going to be a substitute in some ways of some human work?
That's 100% the case. There are certain tasks that software can just perform better than human beings. There's several roles for a lawyer: process work, advisory work, counseling. The process work is probably going to be automated. The advisory work, the counseling, that will never be automated. So I think that a lawyer's job will shift to doing more advisory stuff rather than process work. Because yes, unfortunately, software has a competitive advantage.
Thank you. So we have now joining us Jay Mandal. He is co-founder and CIO of Law Pivot and also a Codex Fellow. So Jay, thank you very much for joining us remotely, and this is your time for sharing with us your experience with Law Pivot.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, perfectly. Please go ahead.
Great. So the focus of my talk is going to be about building AI in business and consumer legal advice products. So a quick background on myself. Spent the first 10 years of my career as a corporate attorney, an M&A attorney, and also led Apple's M&A efforts. The next 8 years, the last 8 years, I've been a product executive building legal technologies, and more recently I've joined SAP to lead their SMB product efforts. And I'm lucky to work with a team of 800 engineers and products that are building cutting-edge technologies, including AI. So I'll draw upon these three experiences, and the two business cases I'll draw upon are from Law Pivot and from Rocket Lawyer. So when we think about productizing business and consumer legal advice, we're really striking at the heart, I think, of law firm revenue. So big and small law firms earn well over $400 to $500 million in revenue per year, providing bespoke, or as we call it, customized legal advice to large companies. And this is essentially their cash cow. So the issue is the tension for law firms is really they resist automating legal advice because of the revenue that comes from it, but there is a demand from their clients to reduce their legal costs. So the questions I pose in the AI realm is, one, could AI reconcile these differences by reducing the cost in providing basic legal advice? And then secondly, an AI, could that potentially also expedite matchmaking between clients and the right attorneys to service their needs? So I'll explore these two issues in two business cases with a focus on small businesses and individual consumers. So, and the context I'll provide you too is that legal issues facing small businesses and consumers are very idiosyncratic. And it's difficult for AI to learn all of the permutations of questions and answers that could be given. So business case one is law pivot, matchmaking using AI. So in 2009, I founded a company called Law Pivot, which is an online confidential Q&A service for small businesses and individuals. So for an affordable price, a small business or individual could confidentially ask a legal question in any area, business issue, issue regarding divorce, landlord-tenant issues, and get confidential legal advice from up to 3 qualified attorneys within 1 business day. And we called it basically the Quora for legal advice. So in our UI, users would identify their legal question, they would categorize the question and identify the jurisdiction. So we built a network of 2,300 attorneys across the US that were providing answers to these questions, and lawyers responded because we were providing them leads in return for giving legal advice. So this is where we get to the AI. So our aspiration was to create an algorithm that would route questions to the right 20 attorneys in the right state and in the right specialty to get on average these 3 answers to their legal questions. And so we wanted to incorporate, some element of rudimentary AI that would learn which attorneys responded more to raise their ranking and recommend them more questions if they answered more, to make sure we had all of our questions answered on our system. So this basic application of rule-based AI worked out for us for matchmaking of attorneys. Our computer scientists built basically an initial algorithm that routed these questions based on if-then logic to these 20 attorneys and maximize these responses. And eventually, this service, when we were acquired by Rockefeller, has serviced over 100,000 questions, paid questions from individuals and businesses. So in the matchmaking scenario, this basic level of rule-based AI was working for us. So I'll take you to scenario 2 on AI. In 2013, my company Law Pivot was acquired by Rocket Lawyer, which is one of the world leaders in automated legal documents. And I was asked to head the entire legal advice business, which included our Q&A product. So because we experienced this multi-fold increase in questions, we had to figure out a way to potentially find automated responses to these questions as opposed to going out to our network of attorneys. And so a couple of years back at the same time, IBM Watson team actually approached us and a dozen other Silicon Valley companies and indicated to us that they were prioritizing legal and also health as future growth areas for their AI technology. So in experimenting with IBM Watson's AI system, we learned that Watson needed to first work with a so-called corpus of data, which meant basically data based on past inquiries that we had on our system and answers that were already present in our system. And they could learn from this corpus of how to answer future questions, including variations of questions and variations of answers. But it turns out their solution was rather rigid. The issue with law right now is even the slightest variation in legal queries compounded by jurisdictional issues and the dynamic nature of law based on the evolution of regulations and legal precedent leads to many variations to questions and the answers that could be provided. And Watson had trouble learning the nuance of these variations. So Watson was better suited for a customer service scenario where it could learn from past customer service questions and answers, where generally in customer service, questions are quite straightforward and the answers are quite straightforward. So we said, okay, if that's the case, the use case we use for Watson is we settled on using it for basic legal queries as a filter for more sophisticated questions that our lawyers can answer down the line. But I think there were two issues that prevented us from actually using Watson. And those were twofold. One, the steep learning cost, and two, the business value of using something like Watson. In terms of steep learning costs, we would have to provide not only our full corpus of questions and answers for Watson to learn and be able to provide basic answers, but then we'd have to manually teach Watson on recognizing the variations and recognizing if they provide the right answer or the wrong answer, which was very human intensive and time intensive and something that we didn't want to invest at Rocket Lawyer. Secondly, business value. For us, the real value in legal advice is providing individualized answers to specific questions from businesses and individuals. And Watson was not a good fit because it could only provide the most generalized sort of answers. So that was not a great value to our service, where people were looking, again, for bespoke sort of answers to their questions. So Watson, we ended up not using it based on our experimentation with the product. But I will note that in the general legal Q&A environment, that this might be a good application. So maybe Watson or other AI technology could address these issues down the line, but they weren't mature enough at that point. So I think the questions going forward when we think about AI and in the context of providing legal advice to businesses and consumers, there are two issues. One, legal advice is a complex challenge for AI. The complexity and idiosyncrasies of legal advice is actually a challenge. And online legal providers are just beginning to use AI in their applications in very limited ways. And secondly, there is a need to provide a clear business case to push AI forward. We determined ways. In our case, it didn't work in the case of Rocket Lawyer, but the business case will push the AI into these online legal service provider solutions. And I think we're maybe a year or two away from that. So thank you. That's my two use cases, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jay. Before asking people if they got any question, we got one from the social networks, and I mean, you have been focusing in the business value, in the added value, but somebody picked some of your words that was reducing costs. How much important are reducing costs for the clients in providing new technology for a traditional sector?
Yes, I think the demand is definitely there, if I understand your question correctly, that it does, in fact, reduce the cost for clients in getting answers to their questions. And so they are more ready to adopt or take on AI technology. So in the case of, for example, Law Pivot, and also the case of Rocket Lawyer, we didn't have an issue in terms of demand, in terms of consumers and small businesses that wanted to use our automated legal documents or get answers to their queries. The problem was actually the supply, that getting lawyers to adopt this technology and reduce their costs, that's where we were having trouble in convincing folks and figuring out ways to create great business models to encourage lawyers to provide answers at reduced cost.
Okay. Any questions here from Jay? No questions? Okay, so we have time now for Jose Fernando Torres, a fellow of Standard Law School, which will have also 10 minutes to express his project with regard to technology in the legal sector. Very welcome.
Thank you very much. Correctly? Are you hearing me right now? Hello, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me correctly?
We can hear to you now.
Great. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure.
Oh no, so this is what I say, oh no. So let's move on to the next person coming here, that is basically Cristina Retana and Jose Medina. Later on, let's check if we can go back with Jose Fernando. So I would like to welcome you. So welcome on board. Thank you very much for coming and for being here. And also, let me make a very brief introduce, because we are speaking about entrepreneurs, and you belong to a company that is one of the biggest or the largest publishers worldwide. So express or try to persuade us why you are also entrepreneurs. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Alejandro.
Okay, firstly, thanks to the organization to invite us to have the opportunity to share with you this exciting project that is called Jurimetría. We will try to explain you how we have been working with artificial intelligence technologies, and also what has been the challenge and the issues and the next goals that we have in front of us. So here with me is my colleague Pepe Medina. He is the CTO of the company, and he represents, of course, the technology side. But as from our experience, we think that the artificial intelligence project can be only success if you combine the technology plus the legal knowledge and expertise. So this is the reason that we prefer to be both on board in this presentation. Okay? So what has been the starting point of our project? So we have analyzed what happened in the Spanish market concretely. So what are the main pain points that the legal professionals face today? Of course, they need to deal with millions and millions of legal content that every day is changing, and to be up to date is not a very easy task. Also, they have a very short time to deal with all the different tasks and the different activities they need to make in their daily day. So one of the things that they also talk is we need also to answer to our customers about what will be the probability of success from my concrete case, and what will be more or less the duration. And what happened today? They need to answer these questions using what? Their own experience, personal experience, and sometimes they need to ask to another colleagues or these kind of things, but they don't have real, objective, and quality data to provide answers to these questions here, at least here in Spain. So, what we thought regarding this pain point, when you go to the doctor, you are used to ask the question, what will be the probability of that my problem, my health problem can be success or not, or is my case serious? So you know that in medicine, this kind of information, the probability of one health issue is already known, but this doesn't happen in the legal market. So what is Jurimetría? Jurimetría has been defined, designed, and developed as a litigation strategy tool to have some predictive and visual analytics considered based on different information. Why? Because you have a lot of court statistics, a lot of cases law, and also you can extract and recognize different and important information regarding the procedure, the behavior of each part in a trial, the different outcomes, what has happened, what has been the sense of the decision of the youth. So the reason to create Jurimetría is to try to answer these questions to the legal professionals in the Spanish market. So when we have analyzed the situation in Spain, and I think we have seen the keynote speakers talking about the American market, here the situation is different, because in Spain, case law are the most used kind of content when you launch queries in a legal database. So it's the most frequent, it's the most used for the legal argumentation. Also, every year, we recover around 400 key cases, and currently we are enriching. We are adding information, we are adding metadata, creating abstracts, summarizing, creating intelligent relationship between contents, all of these things that try to help in the legal database to the lawyers. But the situation is that they need to deal with millions of cases law every day. Also, in Spain, we have a very interesting court statistics. It's a raw material that is published like open source, but it's quite difficult to manage and to extract and obtain some real information from these court statistics. So, as the litigation strategy tool is perceived here in Spain as a very important, valuable tool, so we are trying to cover the need with Jurimetría for the legal law firms. Basically, what we've seen is that it's more interesting, at least at the beginning, for the large and medium law firms, but also for the bar association, that they are also covering the solo lawyer markets. And also, why not to manage and to control the activity of the judicial power, the judges, and all the different legal professionals around it, and why not the justice administration in Spain. So this is the challenge. The challenge is to try to answer this kind of question. If you are a prosecutor, then probably you need to know what happened if the case can be appealed in the second instance. Or if you are a judge, maybe you can see what happened in comparison with another judge for similar cases. If you are a client, of course, as I mentioned, you need to know what happened, what will be the success or not of your case, and what will be more or less the duration. And of course, if you are an attorney, for sure you need to know what is the probability of success regarding your concrete legal arguments in this court and with this concrete judge. So this is the challenge.
Thank you, Christina. Well, the point here is, as Christina has mentioned, we are dealing with more than 7 million documents, and on top of that, we are getting every year 500,000 documents additionally. This is unassumable to do manually and to qualify it manually. Even we have been obsessed during years to qualify it and to well-structure this content. Wolters Kluwer has been working in many information extracted from that document to get this additional value who has to be shown in Jurimetría. We have to evaluate again this volume of document. This is, as I told you, unassumable to do in a manual way. And we started to work with Google using machine learning solution based on TensorFlow and natural language processing to extract all this information and to identify this information we want to show in the document to be able to construct and to build all this kind of report, all this kind of information we are going to show. It's key for this approach to have a very well qualified information. And remembering what the first speaker this morning was saying, is key to have a very well raw material. Without this raw material, it's really difficult to get value from these kind of technologies. The second challenge we want to solve, or we wanted to solve, it was how to offer this information to our customer in a very easy way, very visual way, and very ergonomical browsing in the product. The second challenge we try to solve in this product is how to show all this information and how to let the customer consume this information in a very easy way. For this kind of product, which is key, is how to interact with the customer, how to interact with the lawyer, and how to identify the painful point they have, and be able to create and to elaborate this kind of product in a very agile way, and to be correcting all the mistake or adjusting the element we have to adjust. The second key element is how to merge the technology with the expert. Without this convergence, this is impossible. The technology itself is not going to solve the problem. The technology itself learns from the expert. And this is a recurrent training cycle. This is key for this kind of solution. Finally, that we have developed here is a very interesting product able to predict and to get certain analysis about the million of documents we are processing every year in the law environment. And this is just the beginning, because when you explore this world, when you explore this technology and the capability of this technology, what you discover is that this technology, in combination with the content expert, can bring a lot of value to the customer. And just to show what we are speaking about, we have prepared a video which is going to show somewhere.
Jurimetría. What do clients ask their lawyers? Clear answers about the probability of success and the duration of the case. Today, a legal professional faces an ever-changing information universe that moves millions of legal documents, in which finding the relevant ones is not an easy task. Jurimetría allows to make procedural decisions quickly through graphical indicators based on the cognitive analysis of millions of law cases. The most advanced technology applied to the legal world. Legal argumentation and procedural strategy based on predictive criteria. Increased likelihood of success in negotiations and litigation. Speed and reliability in decision-making. The combination of subject matter expertise with innovative technology. And coming soon, new innovative modules in Jurimetría. A new experience supporting professionals in building legal arguments or deciding their legal strategy. Never before, the legal professional could analyze a case and define a procedural strategy based on predictive criteria with such a fast, simple, and reliable tool. A new dimension in predictive litigation. Jurimetría. Discover it in www.jurimetría.es. Wolters Kluwer, tu mejor socio.
Thank you very much.
Cristina, Jose, thank you very much. That's time now for you to ask any question that you may have to them. Meanwhile, I have been taking some notes on this, and you have been repeating some other ideas that were reflecting earlier, and that is that technology is not enough, that you still need people to provide the service. You said you need an expert. Well, this expert will be the same in the near future that it is today? It is only a work for lawyers, or also I can take some words from Daniel at the very first in the morning when he told that it's going to help lawyers, but also non-lawyers to provide legal services. Open question for you both.
Well, from my point of view, I think in all the cases you need to, in case of machine learning, train the system. To train the system, you need to know how you need to see what are the best results, and if you don't know the legal content, the legal data, how the customers spec from these technologies, it's quite difficult to apply automatically some algorithms to provide real and practical results for a legal professional.
So that's good news for lawyers then?
Yeah, but in any case, it's a very helpful tool in general.
Okay. I think in my point that the knowledge here is able to learn if someone can teach them, can teach the technology. The technology itself doesn't learn.
It's neutral.
It's neutral, sadly. You need people who know the core of the content, able to make the correction and to learn or reteach the machine, adjusting the element you want to train. This is not something that the machine can do alone. The machine needs someone who trains. And you need the expert, you need the expert in the material, you need the expert in the domain, who know which is the part of the document, which is the part of the court cases, where the content, the most important content is appearing, where the reference to the law is appearing, where the name of the lawyer is appearing. And this is something that the machine is not going to identify itself. You need someone who show to the dog, show to the machine where is the value. And this is the only way to improve really what the machine can provide to you.
Okay. So thank you very much, Cristina, Jose. It has been a great pleasure to have you here. And now it's time for Jesus Maria Boxio, lawyer and CIO of Speechware. Jesus Maria, this is your time.
Gracias. No voy a hacerlo. Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. I'm going to start this presentation with a cry because I made a terrible mistake. I did prepare my presentation in Spanish, can you believe it? In Brussels, and I said, what a beautiful opportunity to get back to my country and speak in perfect Spanish. And you see, I didn't have the time to read properly the instructions that these people addressed me. I apologize, it's my mistake. So, the beautiful presentation I have prepared for you in Spanish is gone. My problem, that is my problem, and my advantage is that I am one of the last. So I can, because I am a lawyer, I can make a sort of summary with you, try to put a little bit of order, because the initial question I would like to put forward is, why are you sitting there? I mean, why did you come here? And I will try to help you to answer this question. You are there because you have a problem, like me. And the problem you have is our work is already very difficult, as they remind us over and over. And on top of that, we, who are not trained as computers experts, as scientific people, we have now to manage an overflow of data analytics. We have to manage concepts, ideas that do not have a clue. Are you with me? Is it the state of mind here? If it is, this is how I would like to reorganize my presentation very quickly, because my script in Spanish is gone. So, my idea would be, after hearing this very interesting presentation, very much geared to the American market, which maybe is not our market here, but my idea is, if we have to choose, how would we start? We have a consultancy problem. How do we start putting order into our house, into our cabinet? How do we start? And my idea here would be to propose you a very simple solution. What are you good at? And I tell you, you are very good at speech and writing. If you are not, I do not know what are you doing there. You are going to become ever a successful lawyer. Ever. So if you are good at that, why don't you start this revolution that is now already going on by applying technology to speech and writing? Have you ever considered how many hours you waste in useless writing things because you are still with last century ideas? You are not yet a 21st century lawyer. You see, that's my point. And to do this, maybe instead of building up, because I know now that every one of you would have an idea on how to answer this problem, what I would like to show you in a few minutes is a little bit how do I work. I'm happy because I work in Brussels, and Brussels, you know, we have the European government, and the European government is one of the most proactive technological government or administration, public administration in place. So what I would like you to do is to show you a little bit how do we work with IELAW, which is an application that I created for my own needs. And my surprise was one day when we were invited to tender to provide this solution to the administrations. And well, you see, this is what we do. And I would like to share with you a little bit how we can work here. micrófono. We are going to start. Espera. El reconocimiento de voz es una nueva tecnología que cambiará la forma de trabajar de muchos abogados, punto. Aunque no puedas imaginarlo ahora, es mucho más fácil dictar que escribir, punto. Abrir interrogación. ¿No te habías dado cuenta todavía? Cerrar interrogación. Nuevo párrafo. Además, si multiplicamos las posibilidades del reconocimiento vocal de última generación con la inteligencia artificial, los resultados para la profesión jurídica son sorprendentes. Punto. Por ejemplo, reducir zoom 2 veces. Nuevo párrafo. Según el artículo 230.4.5.6 de la Constitución Española, las sentencias del Tribunal Supremo 1260/32 y 1260/33, las sentencias del Tribunal Constitucional 12 y 14, el recurso no procede, punto, nuevo párrafo. Lo que estáis viendo ahora es reconocimiento vocal de última generación con inteligencia artificial, punto. De hecho, me ha resultado muy interesante escuchar a los expertos que han venido a este coloquio, cuando nos han dicho que toda la revolución se basa en el análisis predictivo, punto. ¿Hay algo más predictivo que la manera que tú tienes de dictar y de escribir? Punto. Me parece que no. Puntos suspensivos. Reducir zoom 3 veces. Principio de documento. Reducir zoom 2 veces. Demostración de reconocimiento vocal en el Congreso de Madrid. Nuevo párrafo. Principio de documento. Marcar línea. Marcar párrafo. Marcar reconocimiento de voz. Subrayar eso. Cambiar a Microsoft Word. Ahora, puedo continuar dictando en esta maravillosa aplicación informática que utilizan la mayoría de mis compañeros, punto. La diferencia, yo trabajo a razón de 220 palabras por minuto, punto y coma. Es decir, un folio completo en unos 3 minutos por término medio, punto. El más rápido de mis compañeros en la sala apenas llega a 35 palabras por minuto, punto. Y además, veremos dentro de 20 años dónde estamos, punto. Yo retirado disfrutando del sol y una buena salud, y tú que te ríes tanto, probablemente con una lesión de manos, punto. Cambiar a Microsoft Outlook. Como podéis ver, voy mucho más rápido que la máquina porque hay mucha reverberación en esta sala. Y entonces el problema que tengo es que la máquina no me sigue a la velocidad que yo trabajo porque mi voz retumba y el sistema se lo piensa. Esto es un poco el fenómeno que diréis, pero va un poco lento, ¿no? Pero bueno, voy a terminar ya con la demostración. Hay reverberación y además entre este micrófono y este hay un cierto acoplamiento. Crear nuevo mensaje. Crear nuevo mensaje. Fernando. Ir al campo asunto. Demostración de reconocimiento vocal en el Congreso de Madrid. Marcar congreso. Bueno, existe esa cierta anomalía. Creo que habéis visto bastante cómo se puede trabajar hoy con una herramienta del siglo XXI. Quiero invitaros cordialísimamente, si tenéis aún el tiempo, porque hemos traído un stand de Bruselas y estamos ahí olvidados, nadie se atreve, nadie da el primer paso. Y, por supuesto, si esto que he intentado hacer pues ha llamado vuestra atención, pues encantadísimo también de responder no a preguntas, sino a invitaciones, porque yo vivo fuera de España y lo que sí que me haría muchísima ilusión es que este proyecto, esta presentación de hoy, sirviera para mostrar esto en vuestro entorno corporativo. Invitarnos a que vayamos a vuestro despacho, a vuestra oficina, a ver esto, a discutir sobre esto. Quiero, por tanto, también deciros que nuestro sistema se puede probar en línea desde nuestra página web, digalon.com, y I'm sorry. I was now talking in Spanish. I was saying that I also cordially invite you to test the system online, because in our webpage you can also test our system. And to finish with, I would like to show you a little comic, because I love drawing, that since my assistant just went away, okay, I would like to invite you to finalize with this presentation as a you see, reconocimiento vocal, speech recognition, intelligent speech recognition for lawyers. Huh? Finally, just arrived. And it's written in Spanish because I said my presentation was meant to be in Spanish. We are trying to teach this little robot in Spanish, you see. The M with A, ma in Spanish. Okay, robot, M with A, ma. Okay, robot, Q with I, key. Okay, robot, N with A, na. Eso es robot. Eres solo una máquina. Soy un máquina. No olvidéis este mensaje. Me ha costado mucho tiempo hacer esto para vosotros como regalo y como homenaje por esta oportunidad de hablaros. Dentro de muy poco tiempo tendremos máquinas que nos superarán en esto del hablar y en esto del escribir. Y tenéis que tomar medidas ahora, antes de que sea demasiado tarde. Muchas gracias.
Jesús María, gracias. Thank you very much for showing us how technology is changing our traditional habits. I can promise that no one everywhere here is typing what he was speaking. And congratulations on the project, of course. Now we have last intervention in this elevator pitch section for Martí Manent. Martí is professor at the IELAW School. He's co-director with me, myself, of the Global Master in Law and Technology, and is the CIO for Derecho.com and elabogado.com. Martí, very welcome here, and you got your 10 minutes to do whatever you want.
Thank you, Alejandro.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. I am the CEO of El Abogado. El Abogado is a legal marketplace where users that need a lawyer find the right lawyer. That idea comes from because our previous company that we started 17 years ago, that it's a legal service provider online, where we provide services from more than 200,000 customers here in Spain. After that, our customers say, okay, but I need a lawyer. I want to talk with a lawyer. And we realize that, okay, yes, we are lawyers, and if I have a tax problem, probably I could ask you, do you know a tax expert lawyer in Madrid? And probably almost all of you are going to say, yes, I know one, Martin. But let's imagine those people that they don't have a network of lawyers, that they need a lawyer. And we thought that there is a social need. But because a lot of those people, they don't go to the right lawyer. They just go to the corner lawyer and ask for a big problem. And that lawyer just tried to solve that case. Okay, then we thought, okay, we can try to disrupt the legal market, as probably a lot of companies, like for example TripAdvisor, have done in travel. Do you think that the people is going to search lawyer online? And a lot of colleagues say, no, Marti. No people is going to search lawyer online. But what happened next? We received those kind of questions. I need a lawyer for a murder. Say, what, really? You are looking for a murder lawyer online? Say, you are crazy. No, that's a real question that we receive. We receive those kind of questions. You could imagine a person that has that need. I need a lawyer because I have been victim of a sexual assault. Wow. And when? Just a few minutes ago. Or we saw just with a message. Wow. That is a lot of responsibility. What we do? We provide the right lawyer to everyone who needs legal assistance. I would say the right lawyer, because probably you are lawyers, and you say, okay, if I have a tax problem regarding the European Commission of I don't know what, you're going to say, Marti, you need a tax expert from European law. But a normal person, a citizen, they don't know what kind of lawyer they need. That's the first problem that we fight. When we find someone that says, okay, I have killed someone, or my child has killed someone, I need a lawyer. You know that you need a criminal lawyer. But that person, he don't know what kind of lawyer. That is the first problem that we try to solve. Which are our numbers? Because, okay, Marti, that's a nice idea. That is the real number. We have managed more than 200,000 cases, real problems, real customers, for lawyers. Yeah, that number is real. There are a lot of people searching for legal help online, and there are a lot of people looking for their lawyer online. Here in Spain, there is a big problem right now that it's called cláusula suelo, that it's a banking problem. The last 3 months, we have provided assistance for 8,000 customers. What we do? We just give that case to the expert lawyer that could manage a cláusula suelo issue. And if you are in Malaga, we are going to give the contact of a lawyer that can do that. 85% of our users get a phone call from a lawyer in less than an hour. And I'm going to explain how we do that. And we have more than 10,000 customers inside our platform that they have realized that if they want to get new customers, a very good way to get new customers is to be in our platform. Probably you could remember that when a lot of you say, no, I'm not going to be in LinkedIn, no, because I'm a lawyer. I don't need to be in LinkedIn because I am a lawyer. That is an online platform that I don't know what's that. There is any one of you that is not in LinkedIn right now? Every one of you are in LinkedIn. We face the same problem here. They say, no, Martí, I don't want to be in a list online lawyers like elabogado.com because the people, they don't search for a lawyer online. Okay, let's see. How we accomplish and solve that big number of problems with technology. What kind of technology? Okay, the first thing that we fight is when we have a new user, that new user could be in a mobile phone, in a laptop, in Facebook, and we need to talk with that user. But we don't talk because we don't want to spend our time talking to a user. There is a machine that does that work, and that machine is called a bot. We use bots in Facebook. We have developed our own bot for the online assistance. And the 90% of the users prefer to use our bot to choose by themselves the lawyer, because it's easy. Because our bot uses a similar language to them. They don't ask, what kind of expertise of lawyer do you need? Because they say, what, sorry? I just need a lawyer for a murder, okay? The second problem that we have, okay, now that we have the case, to who we need to give that case? To which lawyer? You could imagine with such numbers that we could not have people looking, okay, that case goes to that case goes to that. We have a machine learning, it's a supervised machine learning solution developed by ourselves that could read the problem and say, okay, that's a criminal case, and goes to that lawyer. That's a tax problem, that goes to that lawyer. And that is done by a machine. That is machine learning, and it's supervised machine learning, and that means that we have given a big number of cases, and we have said to the machine, okay, that is criminal, that is tax, that is mercantile, that is wherever. The machine learns, and he does the job. The third problem, okay, we have a person that has a problem, we have choose the lawyer, and now there is the lawyer. And what we have get is that that lawyer, in less than 1 hour, contact with the user that has the big problem. And we solve that with an app, with an application. It's like a WhatsApp, that you can manage your case in an app, in your mobile phone. You are a lawyer, you have your mobile phone, you receive a new case, ring, ring, ring. You see that, you just answer. And it's very, very simple. And what are the response of the lawyer? Okay, we have cases that a lawyer is opening a new city because they use El Abogado or platform to get customers to that new city. We have lawyers that they have changed their specialization because they have found that in his city there are more cases, for example, for tax, than from his previous specialty. We have found people, lawyers, that we have said, okay, you cannot be in our platform because you don't accept the cases, you don't answer. Please, just leave or just don't use our platform. And after a few weeks, they say, please, accept us again, because we cannot live without your platform, that it's the mainstream to getting new customers. Our mission is provide the right lawyer to everyone who needs legal assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martí. I'm sure if any of you have any question for him. Well, we know each other for a long time, so I feel myself comfortable in making you sound maybe an unpleasant question on this is, how do you feel that lawyers react on having a marketplace that could provide a lot of work, but is also a new scenario that is not the common one for them.
Okay, what do you think about the restaurant in a very touristic place that, hey, don't treat the customers in a correct way? You know that there is TripAdvisor, bad rates, you don't go there. What happened with lawyer? We don't know that.
Yeah.
And we're going to provide that solution. Okay, for the restaurant, he's not comfortable in TripAdvisor. For a lawyer, if you are doing a great job, please come with us. Why? Because you're going to have a great rate. And you will be very, very good lawyer, and you're going to get new customers. We also are helping the profession to say, okay, you are a bad lawyer, please go out of the profession. Because you are being a bad guy for the customers. And I know that it's risky,
yeah.
But that's internet. TripAdvisor have done that before.
Let me, that you are here to ask one more question.
No, sure.
I mean, you are a technician because you are very proud of being a technician, but you have also a very deep background in law. So do you expect any change according to the new the conclusions of the General Attorney in Europe with regard to marketplaces, or do you think that it's not going to change too much the situation?
Okay, a marketplace is good or bad for the society? It's good, because it's more transparent, absolutely. Okay, the marketplace, we need to have some rules. For example, Google could make some mistake if they put at the first place some of their products. We need to be very clear when you can do that, and we need to know the rules when a marketplace just put one player in front of another. For example, we can see that in the same in Amazon. Why Amazon could put first his product instead of a provider? I think the marketplace is a very great solution. It's helped a lot of us, and it's going to stay with some rules, absolutely. And in the legal sector, we need a marketplace.
Absolutely. So thank you all the speakers in this speech. I'm really sorry to inform you that Jose Fernando Torres will not be joining us because of technical problems. Thank you very much to all the technicians here making it possible. And now we got some time for the final roundtable, where all of you who have been speaking during the event are welcome to sit right here. So I ask also the technicians and all those people to help us with this. So please, Javier, Daniel, Jesus Maria, Cristina, Jose, please join us here. Owen. Vale, perfecto. Sit wherever you prefer.
Thank you.
Ponlo por aquí, para aquí. Sí. Fenomenal. 4 and 4? Okay. So there is no room for me, but no problem at all, because you are fed up with me. So, I mean, I have been taking notes of everything that you have been discussing along today. There are a lot of issues that have been discussed, but I am not very optimistic. I am Galician, so maybe this is something that belongs to my character, and I love something that you have said, that is, you are here because you have a problem. And I like it, but I try to put some optimistic way here, and also we are trying to say that technology is helping to solve all those problems. Well, you come from different sectors, or I mean, different perspectives to the same sector, but I would like you all, very briefly, how do you expect that technology is going to behave in the legal sector? Do you think it is an opportunity or it is a risk? It's up to you. You want some microphones? Yep.
Well, I'll start with the problem of the lawyer, not of the client. The lawyer's first problem is that the lawyer needs a client.
Yep.
So a solution such as the one just presented, which enables a lawyer to get a client, or as I discussed in my presentation, how lawyers can mine the data to identify likely clients and then use that data to impress that potential client, is, I think, step one. And I don't know what it's like here in Spain, But in the United States, there is a history, a culture around the business of law being slightly less than savory. Not something that a good lawyer pays attention to. A lawyer concentrates on practicing law and the business takes care of itself. Nonsense. It's a business. It's a profession, but it's also a business. And so the technology has to start with helping a lawyer be successful in the business of law.
Some more views? Some other opinions here?
Yeah, certainly.
You already got the
Yes,
microphone.
yes. What I would say is that before using systematically this system, I was overburdened about mechanical work. Now, I think I'm the envy of many of my colleagues because I have multiplied my productivity 3 times. Just consider, if you type, you can type up to 30 to 40 words. I'm talking about words, not character. If you dictate over the 200 words per minute. And dictating is not only a tremendous, amazing opportunity to put it in your terms for the people doing this, but also it's a very, very good training for you. Because if you dictate, it helps your brains. It makes you faster, quicker. It makes you brighter. Even the judge is going to say you one day, what happens with you? You speak so clearly now, so eloquently. So to me, it has been a tremendous opportunity from a cabinet point of view.
Okay, for me, clearly...
Take the microphone,
okay.
please.
Thanks. For me, clearly, the technology is an opportunity for the legal segment. But probably we have been listening a lot of things and a lot of benefits about the artificial intelligence, and there are some ideas that probably don't correspond with the reality. So it's something that I think that it will be very helpful for to automatize some manual tasks or to help to support another intellectual task. But currently, it's impossible to replace some of the legal tasks.
That's the topic. I mean, will be the technology replacing us?
We don't know, but of course, the technology will advance, and we see a lot of things that are new, and we need to be on board. And also, not only all of us that are players in the legal market, but also, why not, the legal firms within their own activity, with their own data. So I think it's something that we need to explore to start taking advantage of different things, and you need to be updated about the changes in the technology. It's key, in my point of view, for the legal.
Daniel, a robot will be doing my job in the near future?
No, but I guess I've been very taken. So I've spent the last 3 weeks on the continent, and I think this is a market that is collectively coming alive. So I was in Germany. Germany, I believe, they told me 100 legal tech startups now. 3 years ago, they had maybe 5 or 10. I went to the Netherlands. It's the same story. Handful of startups a few years ago, now quite a few. So I think this is going to happen everywhere. I've been in Asia. I've been in Latin America more broadly, and you just see the pockets of this beginning. Sometimes it starts with a meetup group, people sort of on the periphery of the industry. This is what happened in the US. It sort of started, people were on the periphery of the industry. Now they have positions as innovation officers at law firms, and they're working inside of the big companies, helping try to advance the agenda. So I believe that's a prediction I would make about how each market will roughly play out. It'll start with people at the edges of the market, bringing ideas to bear, and then people will try to carry it off the set of use cases that are reasonable for the type of work that lawyers are doing. But I don't think it's necessarily neutral on a labor market, but but that's neither here nor there. I have a person asked earlier, well, what will happen to the training? And I think we should go slowly on this. I would just respectfully assert back to the person, it's not up to you. It's up to the market. It's not up to you. You don't get to pull the brake here. People will decide. If somebody offers you a absolutely captivating technology, which has happened with many of these disruptors in other fields, the market sort of takes care of that. Anything that's sort of marginal can't overwhelm the sort of institutional forces, but there's enough of these offerings that are attractive enough that people eventually will get with it. That's my view.
And do you think the view is different in the US than in Europe?
No, I think it's just, if I might assert, I think it's the same thing we've already been through. I've seen this show before, and it looks exactly, this experience being here for 3 weeks has really said, this is exactly where the US conversation was about 5 years ago. It seemed like, well, people would say, well, I'm not sure about all this, and maybe this is going to be on the margins, but it's not going to affect our, and now you just sort of watch those dominoes sort of fall, and that's, I think you saw some of the more mature companies today, just as examples. That started with a more ragtag thing, I think, at the beginning, and has gotten more mature as things have gone on. I would leave it maybe to Dan and Owen to say a bit about that, but I definitely think it's sort of the periphery becomes the core eventually.
Jose was asking to speak.
Well, you were asking for if the technology can help to us, or is going to replace some way the human in the future. In my opinion, the technology is here to stay with us. It's going to help us in the future. Clearly, it's going to be a tool for us. And let me say, it's going to facilitate, it's going to help in our profession, any profession. I'm a technician, I'm an engineer, I'm not a lawyer, but it's clear that the technology is going to help all of us in our profession. But what is clear also is that the technology is going to change dramatically how we are doing our profession. You have to break your own, you have to break your comfortable space. You have to reinvent how you are doing. What is clear is that technology is going to replace anyone who is doing repetitive things. This is clearly something which is a risk. The people who is currently repeating the daily activity is the people which is really in risk. Yeah. This kind of activity is going clearly to be replaced by the robot, by the machine learning system, by the machine in general.
Okay. Daniel.
Yeah, I think just to build from what Dan said, there are two sort of unstoppable forces at play here, and they're regardless of what country you're in. And one is that the law is increasingly complex and global, and the rule of law is spreading. And until that trend reverses, you're going to have an increasing need for legal services. And there's already a need that's not being met. And so there's a lot of demand, and there's a lot of latent demand for legal services that is going to continue to grow. And on the second hand, you have software. And it's really only within the last 10 or 15 years that people are starting to make use of software in figuring out how they can use machine learning in a variety of ways. And you're seeing this play out not just in law, but across every other industry. Machine learning and the power of computers is really being put to uses today that people were only dreaming of 30 or 40 years ago, even though the computer has been around for a while. And I have the feeling that there's a significant chance that the law faces a transformational moment, kind of like the transportation industry did with Uber, where a technology so powerful comes along that regulation just doesn't keep up, and the technology is going to force change from a lot of different perspectives within the industry. I don't think this is a risk. I think it's a big opportunity, and just the two unstoppable forces mean that this is a necessity. It's not going away.
Okay. Javier, the scenario is absolutely different, and you have the responsibility to educate the new lawyers who are coming with the goal of not being replaced. So what are the skills that you will train the lawyer for?
Yeah, so when I think about all these issues, I try to separate factual analysis from the normative analysis. And I think as Daniel has just remarked, and he did previously in his presentation, there are two facts we cannot ignore. And one of them is the generation of big data, massive amounts of data, and second is the processing capacity, the processing power to deal with those data. And those are facts that disrupt any single reasoning process. You cannot anymore, just with your brain, using your intuition or your experience, beat consistently the evidence that springs from the data. So you need to incorporate the data to the thinking process. If you do not do that, your thinking will be faulty and your conclusions will be erroneous. So that's a fact. So lawyers have to incorporate the ability to analyze the data, to understand the data, to analyze the data, and also to process the data to reach conclusions. I think this is fact. So my first reaction to your question is law students need to learn that, and law schools need to provide that. That's the fact. I think another fact as a consequence of this evolution, or rather revolution, is that the profession, but also the profession of professors, of teachers, is going to change a lot. If you don't do that, you are not going to add value, and you will be placed out from the market. There is no question about that. So if we reason by analogy here, and we see that in tech-based sectors, the most talented students and graduates have increasingly decided to launch their own startups because they feel that they can achieve their goals, their dreams better, faster, and so on than joining more traditional firms. We are going to see that also in law schools and in law firms. Law schools will be competing more and more with other schools, with other faculties, and will have less to offer to students that are thinking whether to go to a law school or to any law school. I think we're seeing that in the US. We are seeing that increasingly in Spain. That's one of the reasons why we are moving into multidisciplinary programs more and more. So we feel that the market is telling us clearly lawyers in the future will have to be multidisciplinary, will have to work with other professions very closely, will need to have some very specific abilities in these fields in order to thrive. Because if we don't do that, we will not have that many law students, and we will be the ones suffering first this change. So this is the way we take it. It's a kind of purely business approach, but also as a responsibility, as you say. The responsibility is to steer the education path so that those joining law schools are not cheated about what they shall be finding in the market 5, 10 years from now. And we see that, okay, the transformation is not going to happen 3 to 5 years from now, but certainly 10 years from now, things will be very different. And that's the kind of time horizon we need to look at whenever we think about designing new courses, new programs, or new ways to update students in their professional or in their professional career.
So we are in a legal revolution. All the clients, as Owen was pointing earlier, are ready for this revolution. And the question here is, are the lawyers ready for that revolution? Open question for you all. Are we ready for that? I mean, we got a lot of people here who are interested in technology and who are, maybe they got a problem, but we want this problem to be solved. So,
right.
In Silicon Valley, the best place to start, we think, in looking at whether a group is ready for technology is sometimes to look at your own behavior. There are many technology vendors who want me to use their technology in my personal life and in my business. And let's put aside hardware for a moment, whether I choose an Android or an iPhone, and let's think just about software. So many apps competing for my attention on my mobile device. So many business-to-business software offerings want me to buy their offering and use it in my business life. So which ones do I choose? How do they get through my filter to actually get on my radar and then have me make a decision to buy them? The ones that add a lot of value and that are really easy to use, and the ones that I can understand quickly what that value is. If a salesperson has to come in and have a meeting with me to explain their software to me and how it can make my business run better and my life easier, I may not even take that meeting, and maybe it's all true, but I'm never going to know. So we can always start with ourselves and see how we respond as consumers of technology, and then try and stand in the shoes of those we want to consume our technology.
Some other answers to this? Go to the microphone.
Well, I think that the general status is in the profession, if I might speak, is confusion. I mean, there are so many things that should be done. How do I start? So this is why I insist, the idea I would like to leave on the floor is a star in what you are good at. You are paid supposedly to produce good legal opinions. How do you make them? How do you make them faster, more brilliantly? Of course, data analysis is an aspect, but what about the material aspect of doing your work? Why do you persist in working like it was the norm 50 years ago? Why do you persist in using a fully fledged computer as a typewriter? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense. So my advice, if I may provide an advice, I don't have any kind of authority, only my passion for technology. Embrace technology. Because at the end of the day, it's something simple, it's something natural, and it provides freedom. This is exactly my experience. All this technology made me much freer, much more creative, much more freedom. This is what it's all about. Of course, providing better services and so on and so forth, but this is just as a side aspect.
Yeah. I would love to ask you a lot of questions, but there are many people here waiting for having you answer their questions. There is one over there, and I encourage you to ask them. I mean, it's not very frequent to get all these people together, so take the chance for asking them. Please go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you very much to all of you. We have been talking about technology, particularly focused on providing or replacing legal services. So we've been talking on the lawyer side. I would like to address this question or comment particularly to our guests from abroad. How do you see, however, technology replacing human enforcers, the technology on the enforcing side? Because I think that brings us particular and different debates. And I don't know whether these are debates that the same are being considered, for instance, in the United States. Thank you.
I couldn't hear either. There is a lot of reverberation.
Yeah, the echo didn't permit
echo.
us to understand very well the question, but I guess that it is very focused on all the human resources.
No, that we have been focusing the debate and the speeches on legal technology replacing, for instance, legal services from the lawyer's point of view. But how do you see it from the enforcers, from the enforcing side, from the enforcers' point of view? From the governments, from the courts, from the... Do you see it goes the same faster than on the side of providing legal services?
How the courts will receive the technology? So, would you like to answer?
Sure, it's a really interesting question. I think in my experience in the US, there is not, the government has not played a very strong role in pushing the adoption of new technology. They have supported new technologies along the way at some stages, like with e-discovery, but they generally have not played a big role in supporting and really pushing the use of new technology. And in some cases, they have been a major blocker, and data is one example where they continue to be really behind the times in how they make data available and in what formats, and that just has lots of ripples throughout the whole ecosystem of slowing down development. I don't think it's not an active or a malicious process. It's just government is of all of the actors in the slow-moving legal industry, government may be the slowest.
I'll give my most embarrassing example. The state of California, where I live, that includes Silicon Valley itself, the legislature allocated hundreds of millions of dollars for a new technology system for our state, for the court system. It collapsed and died under its own weight. And so the very state where Silicon Valley is has one of the most antiquated, obsolete technology systems for its own court system. It's a tragedy, and it impacts the delivery of justice.
And also, there is a big debate in Spain about how the technology will impact the courts and the enforcers of law. And we have great discussions and a lot of criticism on the new developments in the legal system and how lawyers are connected to the court judicial system. And probably the system that we got is not the best one. I can share that it's not the best one, but probably it's the first step that was be needed in order to get next steps that in the near future will help all of us to work comfortable with technology. Because I think that it does not make any sense having a lot of technology within the firm and facing some other statement, like the triangle that you were painting at the very beginning, that is on the other side, that is basically the courts. So you are very technological and the other part is absolutely analog. I love the three steps that you have been defining in some other speeches and writings. Daniel, and please don't take this literally, but he divides the area in three different parts. You can explain it much better than me. I mean, analog, digital. I'm sorry.
Well, I think I would just say a couple things. One, if we think about the client world, the world is basically going from analog to digital to computational. The clients are basically mostly going from digital to computational. Most of the big companies, most of the world is going across that step. So Internet of Things is really a move from digital to computational. You need digital in order to make that step to computational. Law, or La La Land, if you want to call it that, is going from analog to digital, just limping to try to do it, and the courts are the obvious and worst manifestation of that problem. I would just note, one thing I'll say about the courts, if you look at like a lot of contracts, the private market is fleeing courts in every possible way it can. They want arbitration, they want any process other than the judicial process if they can possibly get it, because the courts cannot deliver a cost-effective delivery of solutions to the problems. And so if you look in the commercial market, every contract that's allowed, many of the contracts out there, people are trying to exit the court system because they know what they'll get, which is a drawn-out process that's highly expensive and very unclear what will come of it. So there's one startup I would point out to you that has really done a lot of work in this scalable justice, and this is this company Modria that's out of Silicon Valley. They are actually the dispute resolution module for eBay. So when eBay has solved, with eBay, they've solved 60 million disputes, but they're very small disputes. If we're going to scale justice down, we need to let go of some of the pure lawyer constructs and think about what is a reasonable solution to a 100-euro problem. Not the courts, but we need some recourse. And so I look at that as one of a set of companies that have thought about what does it mean to deliver justice at the appropriate scale to the nature of the problem. And we've not done a very good job globally on this problem, and this is why the public, among other things, hates lawyers everywhere. Justifiably so.
Any other questions that you may have? There is one at the bottom over there.
Hello. It's a two-part question.
We cannot listen to you very well here from the echo, so...
Better?
Yeah.
Okay, two-part question. Dan, you mentioned that you've been here for 3 weeks on the continent, and that maybe there's a 5-year differential or something like that. So with that in mind, what do Owen and Daniel, how do you see the challenges in the European market, one, and two, coming from the US, and two, what have you learned in those past 5 years that perhaps could be applicable to move things better and advancing the markets here?
Sorry?
Well, one of the things that I've seen is a lot of interest from around the world in learning from what's going on in the US. We see delegations coming from all over Europe, but also from Asia. So there's a lot of interest, and I would just echo what Dan said, that I think this is a growing movement. One of the challenges from the outside when you look at the European market is that it is very fragmented. The EU is an entity, but there's a lot of state-specific laws. And anytime you have a smaller market, it's a less attractive market, really, for new companies to enter, just because the total market size is smaller. So, I think that's one of the challenges and one of the questions of the new technologies that deal with language and that deal with search and that deal with document analysis will be how well can they scale across languages and across legal systems. And they definitely can scale, but it requires new training. It requires, you don't just flip a switch. So a lot of the legal solutions and the legal technologies are very context dependent. It's not as simple as I've been talking about Uber all day, but it's not as simple as you just turn on the app in a new country. Laws are really language and system based, and so I think machine learning offers opportunities to scale, but it's not perfect.
We get asked all the time, when are we going to provide our litigation analytics in other countries? Our raw material are the docket entries and the documents. So every little step in the case, the court clerk makes an entry, and we mine the text of those entries as well as the underlying documents that relate to those entries, the documents that the lawyers submit or that the court produces. If we can't get access to raw material, we can't build a product. Because we started in patent law, we're often asked about patent litigation analytics in other countries. Right now, Germany, for example, would be a very fertile market, and we could make a lot of money. But the online systems in each nation, or even within states or provinces within nations, have to put those docket entries and those documents online in a digital format that we can mine, or else there's no raw material for the product. So it varies by country, and we'll get there as fast as we can.
I would just say one thing that I think is with all due respect to everyone here, I would not start with litigation. I would start with contracts and compliance, because those are more ubiquitous to the world. And so the challenges that Owen or Dan would face going into a jurisdiction is there's significant, much more significant differences. A contract in one jurisdiction is much more similar across all of the EU or Asia or the United States or what have you, in terms of, from a technical standpoint. It's much easier to build a system around there. So if you thought, well, maybe I want to do a startup here in Spain, well, I would look at problems like that, because contracts are more general purpose documents that are similar or more similar across jurisdictions than litigation's got very specific, lawsuits have very much more specificity within jurisdiction. Compliance is another place. The type of bad behavior we're looking for in one company, in one jurisdiction is actually quite a bit similar to the way you would look for it in another jurisdiction. So it's not that you shouldn't do the litigation examples, it's just that those might be easier to carry off and might be able to get you scale outside of Spain if you were to build it in this market first. I just would put that to you as a way to think about it, but you should do it all. Of course, it all needs to be done.
Any other questions from the public? Daniel. No.
My name is Daniel Nicholas. I'm a student here at IELAW School, and I'm a litigator from the United States. And I'm actually curious about other sources of data that you might be interested in mining in the future, because this is kind of a data-driven thing that we're moving towards. And for example, I was thinking in terms of litigation, there are oral arguments that happen in court, and you might see a judge shifting one direction, but his opinion that he releases the following week is a complete 180. And that is kind of something different from looking at just, for example, case law. And I know that there are, for example, confidential obstacles to getting recordings from court, but we have the Supreme Court oral argument recordings. I don't know if any of y'all are interested in things like that, but maybe you could comment on oral related data that could be transcribed and digitally mined, or possibly other types of new data in the future. And if I might also add one little addition to that, I'm curious what you think this push towards mining that type of data, for example, what a lawyer says in court, would have ultimately on lawyers' behavior. Because we've mentioned that in the context of, I believe, Daniel Lewis looking at leveling the playing field among judges, kind of tending towards a more kind of just system where one judge will not rule completely different than another judge, and if they're looking at their own opinions and they see where they stand in the rankings, they might change their behavior, and maybe we'd see the same from lawyers. Thank you.
Who is answering?
Two data sources that I think are really interesting. One is that in the United States, at least, it's something really crazy, like 99% of cases are settling before ending in a trial. So the vast majority of what's going on in the legal system is opaque. Nobody knows because these settlements are happening out of court and they're private. So figuring out a way to incentivize those who are settling, whether it's a consortium where you give data to get data out of it, or some other structure to make that settlement data more transparent would be really interesting. The second thing that I find interesting is billing data, not for the purpose of negotiating better rates with firms, but for firms to be able to much more accurately forecast what it's going to cost them so that they could potentially more confidently move away from the billable hour. And I think being able to move away from the billable hour by offering flat fees with greater confidence is something that would create a lot of positive incentives for organizational change.
Daniel's right to look for low-hanging fruit. He mentioned opportunities to be entrepreneurial around transactions because the barriers to entry in litigation are so high. But transactions and litigation are not all that lawyers do. For example, lawyers are lobbyists. I'll give my daughter's company a shout. My daughter works for a legislative analytics company in Washington, D.C. that is mining the congressional record as well as social media in order to sell their software product to people who want to maximize the chances that their bill becomes law. It's just another example of an environment where lawyers work other than in transactions and litigation. Lawyers do all kinds of counseling. I mean, think of the whole, in criminal law, think of the parole and probation systems. There are all kinds of venues for lawyering, and anywhere that lawyering is going on is potentially an opportunity to apply technology.
Well, the time is over. Before finishing, I want to take the advantage of being here for asking you a very hard question, and I would like just quote, just one each, and there are some journalists, some people from marketing, they are looking for some quotes. So how do you see, any of you, in just one quote, the future of legal services? I know it's hard. One quote.
I have to go first.
Yeah.
I'd rather hear everybody else's. And then, well, I'm very bullish on the future for legal, but I think we have some challenges ahead, and we need to face them honestly. I think that the youth, the students, this is to the students, it's never, in some ways it's never been a better time because people have seen these problems for years and have had to just accept them and not been able to change them. You can change them. You can actually make this a better field of human endeavor, and I would encourage you, I think there's a business case to be made about innovation, and you can link up to that business case and actually make some of what goes on in law fundamentally better once and for all.
It was one paragraph, but thank you. Maria.
I'm a professor. You're lucky you got that mic out of me. Take your chances.
You're a professor. I'm a practical man, an entrepreneur. My message is, in 3 to 5 years, speech recognition will be perfect. People like Microsoft here present, Google, they will make that technology perfect. What are we waiting to embrace it? What are we waiting to apply this into our workflow? What are we waiting to get more productive, to get a better practice for our sake and the sake of our clients?
Jose? I will say that the technology is here to change dramatically our profession, and we have to reinvent how we are going to add value in this new environment.
Thank you.
I'd agree with Dan. I think it's an incredibly exciting time for legal technology. To me, thinking about what's going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years on both sort of the enterprise side of law firms and on the consumer side of helping people find legal services, I think there's a pretty significant chance that at least in one of those areas, if not in both of those areas, they see really significant transformation.
Cristina?
In my opinion, the future of legal services is related to the assumption of that technology is not a risk, it's always an opportunity.
Legal tech entrepreneurs have the blessed opportunity to do something important. They can do good and do well, because this is about justice. It's not some silly little game or novelty app. This is about something important to the whole world, and we have an opportunity to transform it with technology. We should seize it.
Yeah, so looking broadly, I think it's really exciting for the legal system as a whole, and as a matter of fact, it does offer very powerful tools to improve all the variables that the legal system wants to improve to serve all those that rely on it for their livelihoods.
I also got my conclusion that is all you need is law and technology. Javier, time for conclusions on my side. Thank you very much, you all, for being here. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Okay, so all that is left to do is to close this event, is drawing to a close. We're incredibly grateful to all of you for staying with us till the end. And I hope you will agree that this has been an effort to offer just a taste of all that is going on in the legal sector right now. We wanted to be very practical. We have chosen any number of top-notch examples of how the legal system is being transformed. We've just focused on the legal industry. We have not touched legal education. We have not touched the judiciary. To some extent we have, but the legislator, we have not. The executive, we have not. The public administration, we have not. We have focused on one specific jurisdiction in comparison with another jurisdiction, the US and the EU. This goes way beyond that. So I would like, as a close, to ask for you to stay with us, to keep this effort we have developed in these last 2 years in your minds, and to be attentive to everything we want to do to really make sure that law, technology, and entrepreneurship pervades legal education, pervades the industry, pervades the effort of serving justice, and so on and so forth. So this is an ambitious undertaking, we know that, but this is just one step. I hope you've seen that we are committed to it, and we count on you, and that's why we have invited you to come over and to spend with us a few hours. We've enjoyed a lot. We are very grateful to all the speakers, those that are here and those that were connected remotely. Very grateful to Stanford as well for all the support. You've seen that a lot of these brilliant ideas have come from there, and that's something to think about. We are, of course, very grateful to all those at IE that have made this possible, the marketing team, the admissions team, the external relations team. This is really a joint effort. The law school is just, one little element in this effort. We believe in this kind of multidisciplinary work, and we hope we will be able to offer some solutions to the legal industry in the way forward. We ask you to be connected and to come to us with any suggestions and ideas for the next edition that, of course, will be, again, much different, much, I wouldn't like to say better, much different and larger. And we'll certainly count with all of you for that. So thanks a lot. I hope you enjoyed. And last but not least, otherwise I will have problems with my marketing department, you have an app. I hope you haven't downloaded it. There are some questions we would be most interested in knowing what you think about the questions that are posed. You deliver your answers, that will be feedback to try to see how to serve better the needs of all of you. So thanks a lot for that, and look forward to the next one.
¿Podéis poner la luz, por favor? Iluminar la X. No me va a hacer caso,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,